close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the snooker action, and finally, after all these qualifiers and the Tour Championship that hasn't really delivered in the final stage, we go to a place and a venue that certainly will deliver 9 times out of 10. We are in Crucible, we are in Sheffield, and what a better place to start than Zhao against Liam Highfield, the best of the top seeded players versus potentially the best qualifier there. Certainly, in terms of the performance, if you look at the way that he's managed to completely destroy all of the lines on the Judgment Day, probably the most convincing win that we have seen in the entirety of those 2 days. But at the end point, it probably is the worst possible draw scenario for Liam Highfield, despite him having such a comprehensive win over all of the lines. He's going to have to be coming across a bit of a different challenge here with the world champion. That, of course, he's going to be up against for now. Taking on a stage here, forget about trying to sort of win the second world title. As soon as you win the first one back to back, nobody's done it before. Davis, Hendry, Willie Thorne, Cliff Thorburn, Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins, Mark Williams, nobody's done it before. And of course, the likes of, Mark Selby have managed to win it twice. Back to back, in 2016-17. Ronnie's done that in 2012-2013. You had Hendry that dominated the 90s into her. And of course, you have got Steve Davies to be brought into that company as well. But nobody's done it first time, and then he's gone on to win another one very much the next season. And if you look at the way the previous 2 world champions have gone on, Luca Brissell and Karen Wilson, both of them two have won it in 23 and 24 out there. Now Brissell is not even in the main draw after losing out to Jack Jones into the Judgment Day, which was a brilliant performance by Jones, by the way. And Brissell, it looks like it was just one match too many for him to play after having such a good encounter against Chang Min-yu. But interesting thing about Jones that I will mention is that he's going to be the runner-up of the 2024 world title, which means he's got around 200,000 worth of ranking points to defend. And if you look at his ranking now, the fact that he wasn't even in the top 16 because he had to come through those qualifiers, and he's not even nowhere near the top 16. Of course, he can't gain any of those ranking points unless he's gone on to win the whole thing, which, to be honest with you, especially with him having Selby in first round, It's going to be very unlikely to happen, but it's going to be very interesting to see what the Welshman can do. But of course, another player and another big name on the list, apart from Zhao, that will be looking to try and break that Crucible curse, is going to be Kyron Wilson. If you talk about someone that was the runner-up in 24, you have to mention the winner. And listen, it was a bit of an up and down season here for Kyron, but probably the only positives came from winning those invitational events in Shanghai Masters and also at the Masters at the Alexandra Palace in London. So I feel like based off ranking points, he had a decent season last year. I wouldn't say that he was, firing all cylinders, but this year he hasn't got any of those ranking points into the collection. And of course, him losing out for now on 500,000 worth of those before he's going to be able to get up and running into the main draw of the tournament. So, he's certainly going to have a performance to match, but he seems like he's enjoying himself, plenty of work on social media, but also plenty of course, showing what he's been up to in practice table as well. So it's going to be very interesting. One of the underdogs, I would say, for the main draw out of the top 16 seeds. But let's have a very quick look through the draw out there. As I say, we'll start off with the top seeded player, Zhao up against Liam Highfield. The winner will play either Ding Junhui or David Gilbert. So we're certainly going to have a generation number 1 of China with Ding Junhui versus the newly promoted world champion of China, Zhao to be played in the second round. Zhao Guodong, Joey Long are going to be the ones underneath it, and Sean Murphy is going to be up against Fang Jingyi. My player that what I would say is completely out of the blue, I would put him as the real underdog of the championship potentially, because if he beats Murphy, and I could see that happening in the, a bit of an alternative universe, he's certainly going to be my favourite against Joey Long or Zhao Guodong for how well he's managed to play in moments in qualifying, but also what he's capable of. Of course, beating Ronnie O'Sullivan previously at the Champion of Champs. Then Ali Carter, and we enter the second quarterfinal. It's going to be John Higgins against Ali Carter, probably the biggest naming first round match. You could probably argue that Gary Wilson and Judd Trump is going to be a match for that, but four-time world championship winner in John Higgins, and then of course 2 times runner-up with Ali Carter in 2012 and 2008. And the person that he was the runner-up to can potentially be played in the second round. Ronnie O'Sullivan is going to play against Sheho Shan, which don't really get all the hype alongside Xie Guoxiong. Yes, he's managed to beat O'Sullivan once in the 2024 English Open, but if you've seen that match, and if you know anything about it, then you clearly know Ronnie wasn't bothered at all, and last thing that he would have is the same sort of mentality for him to be performing at the Crucible. So, certainly would expect that one to be a very easy match for Ronnie if he does decide to turn up, which he should, for it to be the Crucible. And then we move on to the next part of the draw, of course, being consisted of some of the big names as well in there, because it's going to be Liam Pullen against Chris Wakelin. Chris was watching the draw of the main tour of the World Championship with Anthony Kowalski, which makes it the first Polish player to be walking out the Crucible, but of course he got drawn against another friend of his, Liam Pullen, after a fantastic campaign against the likes of Amir Sarkosh, Chipchaya and Naponsa Kam, and especially, you remember, Liam Pullen is probably the only player for me that has managed to go through every single round of qualifying, apart from maybe Kowalski as well. But he's managed to have a fantastic win against Alfie Burden in a decider, despite him trailing 5 frames to 1. Then also having, Amir Sarkosh to be played, 10 frames to 7. Brilliant performance against Chipchaya, 10 frames to 7 again, and then against Naponsa Kam at the Judgment Day to make it another teenager there. Robertson against Pang Junhui. We've seen that story beforehand in the UK Championship where Pang needed 4 snookers for him to try and stay in the contention. He's managed to get those 4 snookers, and then he forced Robertson to be tweeting and, raise your hand up if you've lost a frame despite being 4 snookers up. And then we're going to be down to the third quarterfinal. Kyron Wilson against Stan Moody, another great setup for the first round match. Zhang Anda against Mark Allen, probably the biggest in terms of the rankings and names. Barry Hawkins against Matthew Stevens, the battle of the previous finalists. And then, of course, as I mentioned, Mark Williams, the previous 3-time winner, against the debutant Anthony Kowalski. And now we're going to be down to the fourth quarterfinal, which has got some big names in there and some great pairings as well. Jack Jones against Mark Selby. Those are going to have plenty of lose out there, especially for Jones, as he might still find himself to be dropping way down the rankings. And I'm not sure if he loses in the first round, but I wouldn't be surprised if he drops out of the world number 64 as well. Weezer against Li Beifan. We've seen that before with Li when he was up against Zhao Xington last season. Didn't get too close, but also, Zhao Xington looked like he had that one under control, but still winning 13 frames to 10. Certainly going to give him a little bit of a boost to be looking forward to. Another semi-finalist, Zhao against the same Wafei that had a bit of a quiet season, both of them really. Wafei seems to be very much, the likely player to win that match, but I would put my money on Zhao at that point. Just don't like the, sort of recognition that he doesn't get at all there, despite him being, of course, the player that was potentially to be the one to beat Mark Selby in the final of 2023. And remember, despite him not playing so well in the last year's Crucible, he still managed to get to the quarterfinal. Yes, he lost out to Ronnie and probably would have been no match for Xington in the semis, but at the same time, you have to say, and he certainly was putting up a little bit of a fight, despite both of the players playing far from their best snooker at that point onwards. As now we are about ready to get this match underway of Zhao Xington against Liam Highfield. The advantage of the Chinese players have over the British players is that they're generally more consistent. Completely disagree. Honestly, completely disagree with that one. And, I genuinely see more and more things that are going to be confirming to me that Chinese players are more consistent. Because if you look at the brilliant video that came out on the Stephen Hendry's channel with Zhao Xington, it was a brilliant thing to watch. But you look at the logic and the thinking in between those two, and they genuinely agree, especially with Zhao Xington, which I was super surprised to see reaction from him. He says that Chinese people game is very one-dimensional. You look at the way Weezer plays, you look at the way Chang Minyu plays, you look at the way Fang Jingyi plays, Si Xiaowei, Ding Zhuyi, the list can go on. They play attacking, but they haven't got a plan B option. And something that, Zhao Xington didn't really need to do in the World Championship and at the Tour players and the World Grand Prix that he's managed to win so far this season. He's managed to develop that part of the game. He plays a better safety. He's got a fantastic long shot on him as well. But sometimes he spoke about, pressure for him and also not really knowing which type of a shot for him to play. At the same time, you have to say his decision making is still brilliant when it comes to the attacking display. You feel like sometimes when he needs to play the defensive shot, he might think twice against it, and only once out of those three situations, he'll actually say, yes, go on, you know what, I actually do need to play safe. We've seen that with Zhang Anda previously at the UK. We've seen that with Gary Wilson at the World Grand Prix, which Xington could have easily, not the World Grand Prix, World Open, where he lost out to Gary Wilson on his way to the quarterfinal. So, he's done some really good performances so far this season. He's had some absolute stinkers as well. The British Open, losing out in the first round. Then, of course, at the Home Nation Series, he didn't play well at all. Lost out at the English Open pretty much in the first couple of rounds. Same as Scottish Open, same as Northern Ireland. And then, of course, losing out at the Welsh Open to Stuart Bingham. At least he got himself through to the last 16 stage and put up a decent sort of a fight. But I feel like the numbers of Chinese players are certainly going to be in the mix there as we still wait for the two-table format to be set up. The numbers are certainly going to be in there full at the Crucible, which of course has announced that he will be staying until 2045. 20-year deal has been confirmed with Sheffield, and of course he will leave the Crucible in 2028 for a couple of years for the arena to be renovated and for it to be very much up to the standard of the World Championship arena. But yeah, very quickly, I did say Ronnie O'Sullivan is going to be a player to win it for me. I do it based on two reasons. A, I'm very biased. B, I hate the way that everyone is saying that this is Zhao Xington's match to lose. It's sort of two ways there, because you've got half of the people talking about the Crucible curse, and then the other half of the people, the fact that he's got 3.0 as the odds to be winning the whole thing, and yet he's got the, 9.0 for him to lose the match. So he's 3 times more likely to win the world title than he is to lose today. That is absolute madness. And especially if you consider that both Karen Wilson and Luca Brazil have been by far the favourites in their first round matches against David Gilbert and against Li Beifan. Both of them have lost out in a decider. Let's see what's it going to be there for Liam Highfield, that needs to play very much the snooker that he has showed against Oliver Lyons, and also kind of forgot what he was, who he was playing beforehand. But I certainly remember that he was playing really well, because I was watching those two matches. Yeah, he was up against Steve Maguire. I'm not going to say I watched the entirety of it, but he was playing well to the extent where there was a middle point of the match. Well, realistically, I feel like Highfield had the upper hand on the majority of those. I've seen clips of Maguire losing at the table, but ultimately, he just never really allowed Maguire to be back in the contention out there and won that match comfortably, 10 frames to 5. Also playing against Wang Yuchen and Oliver Brown. Both of those matches have ended with 10-4 of a win. So once again, just like Liam Pullen, he had to win 4 of those qualifying matches for him to be lined up at the Crucible. Potentially looking to try and keep his tour card as well, which I'm pretty sure he will need to be winning this match as well, which doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Can you imagine the tens of millions that would be lost if Zhao loses this match? I don't know what you mean by that, but I mean, in terms of the bookies, well, it's not really a smart bet for you to be doing, to be fair, because if you say that Liam Highfield in the first round, oh, you mean betting on Zhao to win the whole thing? Well, as I say, it's not really the thing that will give you recommendations on, but I feel like the odds are way too low, and I would say, if it was up to me, I would certainly wait until the second, maybe the third round, and then this is where the value for the money will actually come in, because for now I feel like, yes, it's going to be very likely for Zhao to take this one all the way and win it comfortably. My overall prediction will be 10-4. I feel like Highfield will do really well if he manages to take this one 10 frames to 5 out there, but for now, still waiting for the introduction. Not too sure what that's all about, but apparently they're going to have a walkout. So let's have a look with the audio. Can't hear a thing here. Yeah, so it's just the introduction of the players there, and of course this is part of the thing there, but let's talk about another thing. Let's talk about the people that have missed out on the Crucible, and there's plenty of those names to mention, because, well, starting off with someone that managed to reach the quarterfinal stage last season, Ben Wallison. He didn't even manage to make it into the Judgment Day, lost out to Oliver Lyons. Horrible match to be watching, to be honest with you, and it was very much of a poor standard at the end points, and Lyons managed to step up his game nicely, but, it's probably not the biggest name that he's missing out. But the biggest name that he's missing out to me probably has to be Stuart Bingham. The former winner here in 2015, lost out to the former finalist in 2005, Matthew Stevens. A really good performance that by Stevens, and really manages to, sort of announce himself to the world and get himself lined up through to, well, of course, the Judgment Day first, but at the end point, beating out Stuart Bingham and making his way onto the Crucible. I can't actually remember who Stevens is going to... Yeah, he's going to be up against Hawkins, isn't he? Right then, and another couple of names. Anthony McGill, the king of the Crucible, at some point was a couple of miraculous shots away from making the final in 2020. Probably would have been a sitting duck to O'Sullivan, but we never quite know. He lost out to Karen Wilson, and in the end point, it wasn't enough for McGill to be the one very much trying to challenge O'Sullivan, but... once again, a couple of big names out there. Jack Lizowski lost out to Cher Gorshon after being lucky, I would say, against Umut Dikmir at some of these parts of the performance, but at the same point, it was really a bit of a bad style there from Jack. He was getting away with a couple of his mistakes, trying to go all-out attack. Didn't really work out, had to pay the price, and Cher Gorshon will set up a clash with Ronnie O'Sullivan, which... I feel like Lizowski would have actually had the better chance of beating O'Sullivan, but I have to say we'll probably have to wait and see on that one. Luca Brazil, once again, as I mentioned, losing out to the runner-up of the 2024 World Championship after a really good battle with Chang Min-yu. Could have gone either way, and it was Brazil to make it past into the Judgment Day, but Jack Jones was way too consistent for him at the end, and consistent is certainly not the word you would describe Brazil as. A couple of honourable mentions, I would say. Shu Si was very close to beating Gary Wilson. I actually thought, I was watching that match and I genuinely thought he was going to win it on 10 frames to 8 after, Wilson didn't have a chance to clear up with the blue, the pink to force a decider. In the end, he was still able to battle his way, force a decider, and then make a fantastic break that got him into the main part of the draw. So in terms of the shout-outs, as I say, Stan Moody, Liam Pullen and Anthony Kowalski are probably the biggest surprises alongside Liam Highfield because of simply his ranking position being the lowest of anyone right now. But yeah, it was a really good win by Moody as well because, he's managed to beat Jiang John in a very nervy match because of the clash of styles once again. John looked like he was going to be the one trying to play the game, which got him into the quarterfinals of the Welsh Open, I'm pretty sure he was. In the end, it hasn't really worked out, and Moody was able to make a century break to finish that match in style. As we're still waiting on for the players to make their way onto the first and the second tables. Of course, we are going to have two of those matches to be played at the same time, but I feel like the main eyes are going to be... Well, to be fair, it is probably one of the best rounds, one of the best matches in terms of the first round. Mark Cullen against Zhang. Genuinely feel like Zhang is going to be slightly underappreciated here because this match is going to be only 2 sessions, not 3 or 4 as you would had if it was the second or third round in the quarter up to first 13 or even the semi-finals, which of course Mark Allen has been through to twice in his career. Most recently, it was a time where he lost out to Selby by 17 frames to 15, I'm pretty sure it was. To me, the longest match I've ever heard about. And to say that I've watched it will be a lie. That is going to be really difficult to hide. So yeah, the referees are in the house. So you would have thought that it's not too long. But as I say, it's the first match. So it's going to be down to a bit of a presentation there to be made as well. We've seen the champions dinner to be attended, not by everyone. But, the class of 92 and Watchalong to be missing out on that occasion. And yeah, still talking about the Crucible Curse, which... Listen, it's a thing that can divide you very easily. I say it's a lot of nonsense, and I genuinely feel like even if Zhao Xingtong is going to lose this title and he's not going to be able to defend it, then it's not going to be down to the Crucible Curse. It's going to be down to someone playing better on him, which is exactly why I've gone for Ronnie O'Sullivan. The pairing of them can still meet in a semi-final again, but I genuinely feel like Zhao won't have it that easy as he had against O'Sullivan last year, although... you say all those things. He's managed to lose out to Karen Wilson, which probably is going to be the only player that he's lost out to off the top 5 seeds so far in this calendar year and last season in the Worlds. But you think about all the excuses, like Williams apparently was well, once again, it's from the fan point of view. I'm not saying that the players were using that. Ronnie had a problem with his tip. He changed that midway through the session, lost out 17-7. Williams had a fatigue issue after such a big match with Chomp. Lost out 18 frames to 12. Could have easily been more had he not won 5 on the bounce. Then we've seen a final of Zhao Xingtong against Chomp this season at the Tour Championship. 10 frames to 3. Yes, there was a whole tip issue for Chomp, but still, it seemed like there's an issue for Williams. There's an issue for, for O'Sullivan. There's an issue for Chomp. There doesn't seem to be an issue for Zhao Xingtong. So for me, it's going to be all down to, if you play really well against Xingtong, then you might be in for a challenge. Until that point, I still feel like, of all the matches that I've seen last season, the biggest threat for him to be losing out on was his match against Elias Lesser, because he nearly got himself into a decider, managed to clear up at the end point, and still had a bit of a nervy finish to that match as well. But, Lesser was, I'm not going to say in control of that match, but he certainly was in there with a good shout every single frame pretty much until the end point. And now it does seem like we are going to be getting through to the main part of the draw. How many frames for the first round? 19. Well, the match begin. It's a good question there, Jude, because you would have thought it would begin at 10 o'clock, but that doesn't seem to be the case. And, yeah, to be fair, now they're paying a nice little tribute to the legend of the game, which is not going to be on the TV for the first time at the Crucible. John Berger, that has his tribute to be done by Ken Doherty and Rob Walker to be organised. Of course, sad passing of the legend in March earlier this year is going to bring an end to that voice behind the scenes. It's not going to be there behind the Crucible, so it's a very sad moment for snooker, of course, and great to see the players, the champions, the commentators, and everyone in the arena just acknowledging that, and yeah, certainly paying great respect to the legend, which is going to be a very big miss there. Certainly asking for applause, and a man that certainly does deserve all those applause is going to be John Virgo, you know, the legend of the game, that even if you're not going to be familiar with the English snooker and the English broadcasting thing, you're certainly going to know the voice of the man, even if you are not familiar with his actual name out there. But it's really nice for the arena to be showing their support as well, and yeah, it's a great person that certainly deserves all of that. But if you go back towards the the two matches that I have, Zhao for me, 10-4 against Liam Highfield, then Mark Allen against Zhang. I genuinely feel like this one can go all the way, but because of the clashing styles that two of those players actually possess, I would say Zhang probably to take that one quite comfortably and defeat Mark Allen by, well, what's it going to be? 10 frames to 6, I would say. Yeah, I feel like Zhang probably might have that one because, Allen doesn't have too many of those ranking points to defend. He had pretty quiet the two of those latest World Championships. So, yeah, it's going to be down to him to try and perform the best snooker for him. And, of course, talk about the players that potentially can be faced in the second round. It's going to be Ding Zhuyi or David Gilbert for Zhao or Liam Highfield. And then, of course, for Zhang or Mark Cullen, it doesn't really get any easier than that because it still could be the world number 6 right now that has seen Kyle Wilson to be dropped from the world number 2 to the world number 6. Only a couple of those 1,000 worth of ranking points behind John Higgins and Mark Williams, but he's going to be looking to try and get himself back to a potential world number 2 spot. He can't gain any of those ranking points. It's impossible after he managed to achieve the peak of the Crucible after winning the Sheffield Crown in 2024. Now then, it does seem like the answer is about to be appearing on the stage here, and first, of course, we're going to welcome the players for the table number 2, Zhang against Mark Cullen. This is going to be a very exciting match to be seen in terms of the scoreline point of view. As I say, it does depend on who's going to be the one trying to set the tone for the match, because neither one of the players try and take it all the way in terms of the speed of the play at, but at the same time, you would actually feel that both of them could easily win the match against either Mark Cullen or Zhang, of course. And then to be a decent force up against Stan Moody if he's going to be able to, make an incredible upset and knock out the world champion twice in the first round on the bounce out there. And Karen Wilson will exit the tournament before realistically starting the defense of his title to be underway. Now then, Zhang is in, so it's down to Mark Allen to try and make it into the arena. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him here as well because he has had a bit of a quiet season. English Open campaign was a really good performance for him. He had a semi-final of the Northern Ireland Open. Apart from that, I wouldn't really say he's managed to, sort of make his name onto the big stage of the arena. A couple of quarter-final appearances, a couple more of those semis that he's managed to reach. Now, let's see what he's going to be able to achieve here at the Crucible. As, certainly loads of the applause and loads of the acknowledgement there for Allen as he now makes his way towards those stairs. Yeah, look at that. Now we're going to be down to the match that we're here to watch. And for now, the challenger, the one that is looking to try and make that Crucible curse to be going for one more season. It is the man that has managed to beat 4 players in the qualifying rounds. Oliver Brown, Oliver Lyons. And you look at that walkout, brilliant there from Liam Highfield. He's certainly going to be a real threat to try and make it past Zhao, but for me, the first couple of those frames are going to be the ones that take it either in his favour or give me the one that confirm that the Crucible curse is not more than a myth that Zhao will be looking to try and break for one more record there in his career. Of course, he didn't manage to land the Triple Crown set after losing out on the Masters semi-final appearance to John Higgins, but now all eyes are going to be on the world number 4 world champion Zhao in 2025. Can he try and make it the perfect campaign again? He's already managed to win the World Grand Prix of Hong Kong, the Players' Championship, the Tour Championship to complete the one-year list set And now can he try and complete another great milestone in his career, as it is the Cyclone that makes his way onto the arena. Look out everyone, because he may take it by storm. And Zhao certainly seems like he's going to be in great spirit. Let's see which spirit his game is going to be with. For now, it's going to be Rob Spencer as the referee. And now it is Liam Highfield versus Zhao, the challenger and the world number 92 against the world number 4. And certainly the man to try and take it all the way. So then, Zhao is going to be the player to break off as he wins the toss. And it's going to be him to break off as well. So, let's see what is it going to be now. Zhao to take it away and start his campaign of trying to retain that crown of the Crucible. I expect a bit of a, pressure-free match in terms of his interview that he's been doing. He certainly feels like, even when he doesn't look like he's under pressure, he seems to be feeling it. But whatever you say about him, he certainly does seem like he's able to cope with that pressure pretty well. Now then, Liam Highfield gets his first shot of the match. Let's see if he's going to be the last one in the frame. Because you never know with Zhao. No reason for that to be said just now, but you never quite know with Zington. Especially his great ability to find chances from nowhere. So for now he's gone for a black shirt choice. Because his final and semi-final against Ronnie O'Sullivan has certainly been played in the white short selection. But the first couple of rounds he has been making a bit of a mix with a black shirt and a white shirt as well. For now, it's a good safety there played by Highfield. Gives the turn back to Zhao again. It's going to be very interesting to see from Highfield's point of view, because I feel like Zhao probably doesn't need to have even though you could say there's going to be all the pressure, and it certainly does seem like he's had a little bit of pressure there, because it's a bit of a short selection. Not sure what he expected to do there, Zington, but he catches one of those reds way too thick and doesn't manage to find a clear-cut space there for the cue ball. But as I say, there's always going to be a little bit of a point to try and settle into this match. And if anything, you would say the best chance for Highfield to try and take this one all the way surely has to be by winning a couple of those opening frames. For now, the first chance about to be taken, or isn't going to be taken. The red is going to stay out. We're going to test the way those pockets are going to work. For now, it does seem like the first blood will go the way of Zhao, as he's now going to have a little bit of walk around the table to see whether the black is going to be available. It does seem like it will be, with you can see the replay of Highfield just undercut that shot a little bit. Zhao decided not to take a gamble and play for the pink instead. Make sure he's going to have that cue ball to be positioned nicely for the pink. And I felt like for now he may have to try and work his way to try and get the black to be freed up a little bit more into the open space. For now, just having a look, he's underrun for the pink slightly here, so unless he's going to be using loads of side. Yeah, to be fair, even if he uses loads of side, I mean, the best and the only two options that I actually can see in play is going to be a red with a bit of a horrible angle to be taken into the left corner underneath the pink, or the one that you can try and take along the right side cushion. So, yeah, he seems to have gone for the option number 1. And he's managed to block off the angle pretty nicely off one of those reds to be in between the pink and the black spot. So now 7 points as the advantage. So this is actually the chance for him to try and stay on the black here, because it's a lot easier for you to get on the black into the left part of the table than it is to be doing that on the right. And look at that beautiful cueing. I managed to play that shot really well, whilst not using any sign of a black ball cushion. So just trying to make sure he gets himself lined up for the black. He should get those reds out of the play. Didn't want to be too close to this one. And it seems like he got the better of the doubt there for himself. Could have easily been stuck behind the red. The cue was ended up so close to, but it seems like he's able to get through for the shot into the corner. And once again, he manages to clear up the black ball spot from any of those reds to be getting in the way. And all of a sudden, it was down to the black and the pink being a potential issue for him. And right now it's going to be down to just trying to make those reds work in his favour. But for now, it does seem like the perfect situation there for the world champion. I said it was going to be a great chance for Highfield. He could have been left with something easier, to be fair, at the starting point of the frame. And now, what did I say? Sometimes one mistake against Zhao can be the last shot that you've played in the entire frame out there. Certainly that's Highfield is going to be aware of. But he is going to be the underdog, and for him to try and make it down to at least make it level playing field, he needs to be getting a bit of a head start against Zhao. That seems like he's managed to put that early pressure behind him for now. I mean, as I say, it's not necessarily their most difficult position, but still, you have to give him credit for making that work in his favour, because after he's taking that first red, it was very difficult for him to realise where the second red was going to come from. And now, 32 points later, finds himself in a pretty comfortable position to try and take the black into the left corner one more time. Doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball, pretty much through any of those shots, although would have liked to be further away from this red, you know. May have actually snookered him here. As much as he didn't have to do anything, he had to be playing a little bit more of the, not even going to say the attention, because he clearly was playing that shot on purpose, trying to cannon that red out of the way. Just a little bit more power would have helped. And now using the entirety of that jaw, so for now it does seem like those pockets are going to be a little bit tighter than what you would expect to see in China. And maybe even at the Tour Championship, but to be fair, I feel like in Manchester they were pretty tight at the end point. As now another black is about to be taken, using that front jaw really well to just about miss out on touching it, and at the same time allowing himself to have the best possible chance to be lined up for the red, whilst having 47 points of the advantage here that he's got. Very much up against Liam Highfield. And yeah, you can see now, even though he's managed to open up the angle nicely for himself, he still looks like he's having a bit of a second thought about taking the red, which is going to be a more difficult one for him to try and cut into the corner, and he's missed that one. And that's certainly going to tell me that the pockets are really going to be tight. But listen, it's never going to be that easy for you in the first frame to make a break of 100 points and get that title defense underway. It was a minor problem for him, and he didn't manage to handle that one too well. But still, at this stage, it's a bit of a tough table, this, and Highfield is going to have a really tough challenge for him to try and take this all the way in terms of making a total clearance out of it. For now, he just needs to try and find himself back in the contention for the frame. Seems to have played the first shot pretty well, almost too well there in terms of his cueing. You know, trying to hold it for the black or the pink. Seems like he's managed to be exactly in between. Got no chance of taking the pink here though, so needs to be taking the black, and probably with the same shot he needs to try and make it past those two reds. And well, sort of split those four reds away from each other, making that black a little bit more difficult as well. And in the end, it is going to be 8 points and a potential safety here for Highfield to play. Very quickly, just to have a look on how the match against Mark Cullen is going to be progressing. And it certainly seems like it's not going to be going too shabby for one of the players, because there have been plenty of the applause from the crowd. And it is Mark Cullen that is currently at the table with a decent opportunity to try and make it passing under, despite trailing by 11 points out there, 20 plays 9. Yeah, so Highfield's previous shot was probably the one where he needed to pot the black, but at the same time, despite it being a bit of a difficult cut, he needed to play that cue ball with a bit more power. Otherwise, he was always going to be stuck to one of those four reds. And now just looking to try and escape from that position with Zhao, waiting patiently for his chance. Highfield needs to try and get one of those reds into the open play there, you would feel. But at the same time, of course, he needs to make sure he doesn't leave a chance away for Zhao. Has he managed to do that? I'm not too sure about it, because he's got two shots that Zhao can try and play right now. Ultimately, it is going to be down to probably the red, which is a more difficult cut into the middle, that he can still try and take and force that cue ball to be heading to the top end of the table. Seems to have played that one pretty well, but not quite well enough. Once again, a good side of pockets there that probably will face the highest standard of play there from the players, which I always say is a nice thing to be seen there, because the World Championship surely should be the biggest challenge for you to complete. And as we all know, snooker can be a challenge of very much you against the table. For now, a couple of those shots have already been missed there by both Zington and Liam here. So it does seem like it's just going to be about trying to play the patient game, make sure he gets another red into the open play, and, well, from one position to another, which, to be fair, it's a lot better than putting that red onto the side cushion. And at the same time, managed to get the cue ball to be in a relatively safe place. At some stage, you probably will need to say it is going to come down to Zhao or Liam Highfield, well, especially Zhao I would say, because he needs to make sure he uses those problem reds for now to his advantage to try and go for those shots like that. Is he going to be going for a long red? He was. He's missed it. And this is going to be a really interesting way, because right now, Highfield's managed to take 2 of those 4 difficult reds away from the side cushion respectively. Now it's going to be down to looking to see what Liam Highfield is going to be able to do here. In terms of the point scoring, it seems like he's going to be certainly fine. If you look at the way that he's managed to play those previous matches in qualifying, going to be a bit of a different challenge here though, as the first red is about to be taken into the left middle. Play that one carefully and make sure you're going to be playing perfect positional shots there in terms of getting himself lined up for the blue right now. So just carefully looking at the lower part of the table. Probably will have to use that left side cushion to try and get lined up for the red to be taken into the right corner. And he seems like he decided to go against that. And he's having a good look at the red to be taken into the left part of the table. Yeah, it does seem like he's about to take this one into the right part of the table after all that consideration. He doesn't need to be playing the difficult reds for now, because, as I say, it's not down to trying to make them into the open play. It's just getting the perfect position of the cue ball, which, if you look at those reds separately, neither of them is going to be a huge threat. But if you combine all of them, of course, you would expect a mistake to be likely at some point. But for now, it's going to be 14 points scored there by Highfield, getting himself lined up for the reds, about to be taken into the left part of the table, and you can see it's actually going to be a very interesting to be seen there. Crucible record at Liam Highfield appearances for debuted in 2018, lost all 3 matches that he's played, 1 century of 138, and of course didn't manage to make it into the finals. So it's actually going to be quite interesting to see Zhao's Crucible record as well, because despite probably knowing everything about what he's done last season, not too sure about his appearance to be made previously as well. As now it's going to be a break of 22 here made by Highfield. And he's able to get through to those reds separately next to the pink spot, which makes it a straightforward clearance, I would say. He's got 2 of those reds to be quite close to the left and right side cushion, but both of them are playable into the right and left corner. But also, you could easily get in behind of them, probably easily in behind of the red close to the left part of the table, not necessarily to the right. It's going to have to be a really good shot to try and get that cue ball positioning in behind that red to be taking it into the left corner or the left middle. And then he's got a red which is about to be taken into the corner. Could have had the cue ball to be lined up a little bit closer to this one. Let's see what's it going to be here for Liam. Is he going to be able to try and take this red away into the left part of the table? And way too close to the red for him to make a mistake. So then, black and the reds to equal 47 points there. And now Rob Spencer is going to be asked for the second time in this frame alone to be cleaning the white. Remember, the format of this session is going to be 9 frames in the morning, or afternoon session, whatever you want to call it, 10 o'clock, and then it's going to be down to the evening session as well, for you to try and make it down to the wire there. But I feel like, from the odds point of view, you wouldn't really expect that to be the case, but certainly from what we're seeing in the first frame, it's going to be a great threat for Liam Highfield to try and take this match all the way. If he manages to get an early frame of a lead of 2 or 3 frames as a head start for him. Remember, he had a really good campaign. I'm pretty sure he was against Higgins in one of those appearances at the Crucible, and it was really close to try and make it the ultimate upset. Of course, didn't quite manage to have that performance to be finished off with a win, but still managed to put up a really good fight, and now manages to make it 47 points each, down to 43, and he's landed the wrong side of the pink. So, well, unless he's going to have to go really deep onto the cue ball and try and play that towards the left side cushion, still, that will leave him with a bit of distance in between the cue ball and the reds, which probably is the last thing that he would have needed. So then what's it going to be here for Highfield? Is he going to try and play it safe? Probably can't afford to be doing that because of how many chances he already got previously in the frame. Now he finds himself ahead in this match for the first time. So yeah, looking at this red into the corner, he doesn't need to be getting the long rest out, which is a bonus. But he's still going to have to try and reach over the good chunk of the table. So just trying to realize on how many of those points is he going to need. He will need the yellow here because he's 6 points clear. If he manages to score 16 points out of those two reds, which is the maximum, it's going to be taking him down to 22, which will still leave him with the yellow and green to be needed. For now, it's an important shot to be taken, and he's missed that red. So now Zington is going to be coming back to the table. It's a good break there for 45 points, but it still doesn't look like it will be enough there. And he knew as soon as he hit that one that the red was going to stay out. You can't afford to be hitting those jaws of the Crucible. And certainly a great sign of potentially things to stay like this. The standard should be very much with a huge demand out there for either one of those players looking to try and land the ultimate title of the Crucible. And, well, I'm not sure if that was the plan there from Zington, but it seemed like he's got way too close to missing that black in terms of the back and jaw out there. Maybe a little bit afraid of catching the front jaw too much, but at the same point, now he's going to have to try and take this red into the yellow pocket. Has he managed to take it? Yes, he has. Brilliant shot there from Zington. He is going to be on the wrong side of a blue, though. So may have to try and take this one with the green. And still, just try and get that position on the yellow, and then it should be a straightforward 6-color clearance. So after all that, the challenge was there from Highfield. But right now, it does seem like Zhao Zington is going to be the man to catch. And yeah, you see there, a little wobble there from Highfield as he was taking that rest shot. Just couldn't get the positioning right. Someone that certainly was able to do that is going to be Zhao Zington. A break of 14 points and counting. And he's only going to need the blue as the frame ball. And then he's going to be down to the defense to be starting with a good first frame out there. And Zhao Zington would have absolutely loved to see that one. You know, David Gilbert and Ding Zhuyi is going to be a little bit more of a threat in terms of those rankings. But for now, it does seem like Highfield is going to be a threat. Oh, wow, that was super close. I mean, you never expect those type of things to come from the world champion. But the brown barely rattles his way in. And he's still going to be on the wrong side of a blue, but you know, he only needs the blue to be taking it down to 20 points as the advantage. And, you know, just trying to cut the pink towards the right corner as well. Try and make it a total clearance on the black. And it does seem like he's going to be able to do it on the pink. But I'm not going to bother about the black. The defense is going to start with a really good frame win. It wasn't pretty, but in the end, it was equally as important as it could have been. It's a break of 32 points, which gets Zhao Zington to be winner of the opening frame. And now he's going to lead Liam Highfield by 1 frame to 0. Remember, despite him being the world number 4, of course, Zhao Zington gets to be the top seeded player of the draw because of him being the previous winner of the world title last season. As now, after all those chances, it does seem like Mark Cullen is about to take the first frame against Zhang Anda. And it will be the ultimate challenge there for Zhang to try and get himself back to the first frame encounter. It does seem like Alan got that one completely under control with a break of 46 points. Could be the first 50-plus break of the entire World Championship here. And remember, by the way, on the afternoon session, we're going to have 2 more matches of Mark Williams against Anthony Kowalski, and then Xiao Guilin against Zhou Yilong. At the evening session, of course, we're going to have the part 2 of Zhao Zington against Liam Highfield. The remaining of potential 10 frames, could be less, could be more. Can't be more than 10, but you know what I mean. Barry Hawkins against Matthew Stevens is going to be joined on the second table, so the battle of the previous finalists, Hawkins of 2013 and Matthew Stevens of 2005 and 2000 dead. So, yeah, the break of 48 points certainly will get Mark Cullen over the line there. So it is going to be the highest seeds to be getting the first frame, despite it being a bit of a close contested match in both of those encounters. As now Zhang had multiple opportunities to try and get himself edging out ahead of Mark Cullen. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, with Alan being on the break of 48 points, not making it the break of 50 plus. So Zhang will return to the table and try and find snookers on the 6 of those remaining colours. But yeah, as I say, the plan is, for now, it's going to be very congested on the Tuesday. But for now, the plan is going to be the Judd Trump against Gary Wilson match, and then of course in the meantime we're going to have Judd Trump to be playing Gary Wilson in the morning session of 10 o'clock. Then it's going to be Ronnie O'Sullivan against Zhao Sean in the 2:30 of the session. Then the match of Trump against Wilson will finish at 7 o'clock, and then Trump again, and then O'Sullivan against Sean will finish at the 2:30 on the next day as well. So these are the three first round matches that I actually feel like are the best ones in terms of the names, but also in terms of the real challenge. It's a bit of a shame in terms of, for me, on Kyron Wilson against Stan Moody, because I would have absolutely loved that match to be on a Sunday, but unfortunately can't make it on a Monday, so yeah, you're going to have to probably be watching that one on the replay. For now, it's going to be Liam Highfield to try and take it away with a cue ball to be sent down to the left part of the table. He needs to be trying to do more or less the same thing that he's had in the first frame, but just that fine missed shot on the wrist may still prove to be very costly of a start to this campaign. And Zhao is certainly the player that doesn't need a second invitation, and he's the player that is capable of coming back from being a couple of frames down certainly, but probably the last on the tour right now. That you want to give a head start of a couple of those frames in, because that's exactly what's going to happen. It's a brilliant shot on the red. It's unlikely on the cannon that he's had to the black. And boy, is this going to be interesting, because you put a red over the corner and he's nowhere near to be on the black. It's a really nice long shot there from Zhao, and a little bit unfortunate not to be positioned for the black here, but ultimately, what can he try and do out of this one? I mean, surely he needs to try and position the cue ball on the right-hand side of a black and just not worry about the red that he can try and give away to the right part of the table. Well, he's gone for it. He's probably gone for trying to get that cue ball to be positioning behind the green and the red. And I'll tell you what, to me, he's on the run for that one. He's on the run for it, and he's decided to try and play an aggressive shot, and he has on the run. There is going to be a clear-cut gap in between the blue and the green. So then Highfield now is going to have a really good opportunity to try and take this one away into the corner. Of course, the black now is not going to be positioned next to the red. It's going to be a little bit difficult for him to try and control the pace of the cue ball for the black. So I'd probably suggest, well, it's not, you know what, as much as the red is going to be very close to the pocket, it's quite difficult to try and put your finger on the way that he's going to have to play this shot. And look at that. It's not bad, but it's not brilliant there, because it does look like he's going to be straight for the black. So he needs to get really low onto the cue ball, because there's no way he's going to have loads of topspin to try and make contact with those reds. He's just not going to have it. Or he's trying to, maybe he's going to have the angle to try and get around those reds, because he's not going to have the power to try and take the cue ball into those reds. Is he going to have the power to be lined up for the red? Not quite. Not quite at all. And once again, it is going to be the break of 8 points here by Highfield. And yeah, just looking to see if he's going to have a chance to try and cut the red into the left middle. But neither of those two shots that he's got available are going to be easy. And at the same time, he does leave him with a bit of a, thinking there to do. So carefully taking this red into the left middle. Try and play this cue ball through the yellow, and had to miss the contact on the bow colours. Didn't do that, and now a break of 9 points. Unless he does decide to go for the brown, which is going to be positioned on the wrong side of anyway. I would expect this to be a break over and turn over to Zhao. So then it's just going to have a look at the position of the brown and the green. If he can try and plant that cue ball nicely onto the right side rail, then he's still going to be positioned nicely in relation to those reds to be taken at the top end of the table there from Zhao, because he's going to have one of those reds to be opened up from the pack, and all the rest of them, it's all going to be down to trying to actually make it to split the pack. And yeah, he was trying to use that green as the cover point in between the cue ball and the red, to the only red that would have been classified as the one to be in the open play. So yeah, Zhao probably still going to go for trying to open up those reds, which he's never shy of doing, because he brings the best out of his game, trying to make it as attacking as possible, and still really good cue ball control, making sure the cue ball is going to be stuck towards the ball cushion nicely. Didn't leave the angle, which leaves it an easy shot there for Highfield to be taken. So it looked like he was going to be the advantage for Liam, and despite him having a cross double to be taken at the left side cushion, and it's going to be down to a couple of those Reds to try and navigate his way through. He's managed to do that to a decent extent. He's still got the pink a little bit, but, the cue ball positioning once again is pretty much second to none there in relation to a mistake. So now Zhao will probably try and go for another red to be taken in towards the right corner. He needs to try and avoid, making a plant out of those two reds, to be fair, because as much as there is going to be a huge distance, and it's exactly what he's done there, had to be careful with that. To be fair, he has pushed that red towards the right corner, but it seems like the fact that he's managed to get that cue ball to be closer to the green pocket rather than the yellow pocket might have actually saved him here a little bit. And of course that will put loads of pressure on Highfield as well, because that will leave him probably with a choice to try and roll up to that red from the right side cushion. It's not going to have loads of those shots to be given away, but at the same time, what's it going to be in relation to those two reds to be taken here? Yeah, it does seem like they're drawing a line there in relation to trying to make it pass, but you've got three huge target areas out there. You need to make sure you don't hit that one too thin, so you go into the pack of three reds, but also, if you hit that one too thick, you may still hit one of those reds. He's gone for another option that's going to bring the red out in play, and, well, he needs the cover, and he's not going to get the cover, and that's a bad shot there from Liam Highfield. Whatever he had to do with that red, he needed to hit that one really thin on the edge, because it was another red other than the one that the broadcasting team was suggesting. So, yeah, he certainly had to be hitting a really thin shot on that one. He caught that red too thin. He didn't bring that cue ball anywhere near the ball, but at the same time, now gets himself positioned for the red to be taken into the left corner here for Zhao. So, 8 points of a difference. And it is going to be down to just try and take the red away into the left part of the table. A little bit of a backspin shot there applied. And look at that. Played that shot with loads of power. But it's still, nearly missed that red because of that. But at the same time, has he managed to get himself lined up for a shot at the green? Because he's got the brown available. The yellow may still be in the way of the green there. But as he calls the colour to Rob Spencer, he's not going to be able to spot either blue or yellow, so he must be going for the green. He's gone for the green. He's taken it. And look at that. Brilliant shot there. Once again, try and bring the cue ball as close to those reds as he can. And now just carefully looking at those reds to be taken into the right corner. And play that shot with a careful screw back on the black. Make sure he's going to be lined up for the black to be taken right here. And is he going to try and make it a bit of a defensive of a work and try and take all the loose reds away, do the old school, or is he going to be trying to get into the pack straight away and make it as many of those opportunities as he possibly can? And now he's about to take another red after the black is going to disappear. It seems like he plays loads of those shots into the left corner for now, which is going to be down to the positioning of the pack, but now he's about to switch onto the right hand side of the table. But if you look at the way those 5 of the main reds are positioned, I wouldn't be surprised if he just tries to take them one by one to a certain extent, and at that point onwards, he may even find himself in a position where he's going to have those reds to be taken into the left part of the table at the same time without even touching them. So, it's going to leave him with a nice 50 points of a gap or something. At that stage, if he's going to be able to take all 4 of those reds away, it's going to be even more than that. He's trying to get that cue ball to be positioned for those reds. And I tell you what, it could have been better, but it could have been worse. Because for me, he's just about going to be able to plant his cue next to that red and doesn't need to do anything. If he just takes all that power away from the cue ball, just try and get himself lined up for the pink. And to be fair, he had the ability to really try and put his cue through that shot. And despite underrunning it a little bit for the pink, may need to use the rest for this. Still going to be lined up pretty nicely in relation to try and take the pink away into the left part of the table. Played that shot really well. And now another time where he's going to have a red to be sent towards the left-hand side of the table. So 36 points, 35 on the break, 27 is the advantage. Make that 28. So another red is going to disappear. The previous split to the pack that he's had is going to get him another 2 reds available. So it leaves that with 44 on the black. Could be 60 points if he takes 2 more of those reds with the black. And then, of course, you could try and get in behind of those two reds to be closer by the right side cushion. Doesn't have to make it any more difficult than it is for him. Just carefully taking the pace away from another red, and about to make it the first 50 plus break. It's going to be the break of 44 points here. And is it going to be the break of 51 points? Of course it will be. It's going to be very interesting to see the centuries hunt as well there for Zhao, because as much as he'll need to pretty much double the record for the World Championship set by himself, including the qualifying matches, and average shot time on the break, 15 seconds. An incredible stat there from Zhao, despite it being a bit of a closely contested first frame. It's been 47 minutes since the official match time started, but of course we've seen the introduction of the players to be taking at least 15 minutes. So now it's not too far away from making it 2 frames on the bounce, but he's played a bit of a bad shot there because he needed to be on the top side of a pink to try and play around those reds. Now he's going to try and hold this one back with a little bit of backspin to be played. So carefully taking the red into the corner and just about using enough of that pocket to be setting himself up with 51 points of the advantage, 51 at the table. So the pink will probably put it out of contention there for Highfield, if you look at the position of those reds. So yeah, he would still love to make sure he's going to be the one trying to set up the pace to this frame and make a potential total clearance here, which wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility. So just trying to play that cue ball in behind the red. I'm not too sure whether he was playing for a shot into the middle or the left corner, but whatever it was, it's certainly going to be taking this red away into the left middle. So now 57 points clear, 51 remaining. You would probably expect Highfield to be coming back to the table here, but at the same time, not too sure he's going to be able to make a real battle out of it. It will come back. Of course, it's only 2 snookers for now, and it could be a snooker and a free ball, and it is going to be a break of 65 points there from Zhao that gets himself back into contention here. So Highfield now is going to have a look at the red, see if it's going to be worth for him to be taking this one on. Of course, if he wants to try and stay on only needing 2 snookers, or a snooker and a free ball, then he's certainly going to need to be taking 2 of those reds with a black. One of them he can afford to lose 1 point and take it with the pink. So no wonder he has refused the shot into the yellow pocket, which was there for him. And let's see if Zhao is going to refuse a shot into the left part of the table now. You can try and play that one carefully along the side. It's going to be a very difficult shot for him to try and execute, but I'd say it's probably going to be one of those risk-free shots as well. Because you very rarely see those reds to be given away, because even if you roll that one with no pace, because of the way that he's hitting sort of alongside the side cushion, it's very difficult for you to try and keep that one away. And yeah, he's played that with a little bit of power, which has made that double kiss possible. And at the end point, he is going to give this red away. But once again, I'm not sure if he's going to be too disappointed with this one, because despite him being in a situation where he's lost out to a certain grade there of the first frame in his final against Chom, where he managed to, lose out the advantage of Chom needing 3 snookers to find. But of course, a fantastic safety that he's played to get the cue ball in behind the green has won him the first frame and allowed him to take, a 2-all draw at the starting point of that match. But at the end point, of course, the match was finished with 10-3 of the win for Zhao. So now behind 49 points, remaining 43. He's taking the first red with a black, which is very important for him. Because let's see if he's going to try and take it down to the black here. He doesn't want to be straight. He doesn't want to be straight here. And it does seem like he's going to be straight on the black. Because, you would have liked to be heading that cue ball towards the red. Try and get it as close as possible. So that you play the red away from the cue ball. You get the black to be heading towards the right corner. And at the same time, you just position that red to be heading far enough from the black for it to be pretty difficult of a snooker. So now 41 points of a difference, 35 at the table. So he can afford, if he gets those, 2 foul shots. Of course, with 3 ball, it's going to be a little bit different. But if he was to be getting 2 of those 4 points foul shots, then he could afford to be taking this red with the pink. Seems like it's a decent effort there, as long as he's covered the right-hand side of the table. And yeah, the fact that the cue ball is going to be right in behind the black The red is going to be perfectly positioned on the right side cushion. You know, if it would have been slightly further away, there would have been a bit of a better area and a bigger area for Zhao to try and aim towards that red. Right now, he's just trying to take it carefully towards that right side cushion. He's played that one really well, to be fair. Got that one right in the face. And he's going to be back to Liam Highfield here to try and take this one away from the right side. And, yeah, of course, try and put a bit of distance in between the cue ball and the reds. Make sure that average frame time is not going to be too low for his standard. And, of course, you have to try and battle this one out. But the problem for Highfield is he's doing exactly something that he couldn't afford to be doing. There's always going to be a frame like this where, Zhao is going to have a break of 65 points, which basically kills any sort of intrigue in that frame. And it's a bad shot there played by Highfield. And if he's left that one to be taken into the green pocket, which to me, I feel like he hasn't, Zhao may be able to cut this one into the right middle here. So, can he try and make it past the green? Seems like it's close. Seems like he is taking the line of trying to take this one away, and it is going to be frame over. The red is taken, and another red to disappear there in favour of Zhao. Just not good enough there from the standard of Liam Highfield, if he was to try and challenge the world champion, of course. If he was up against any other player, you could always say that there's going to be more opportunities for you. Not necessarily when you're going to be up against someone as good as this. Remember, his first match against Jack Jones in the previous campaign of Sheffield, it was a 10-4 of a win. Really confident, really good play, and no chance given for the former semi-finalists as well, as both the Karen Wilson and Jack Jones were eliminated in the first round. And of course, there are different kind of oppositions. And at the end point, of course, it was down to Li Pei Fan, the winner of the match against Karen Wilson, to be up against Zhao Xington, the winner of the match against Jack Jones, to be contesting it for the quarter-final space, which in the end was won by Zhao Xington on his way to be beating Li Pei Fan, Chris Wakelin, Ronnie O'Sullivan, and with a brilliant win against Mark Williams as well. So just carefully taking the pink as well. This time he's going to bother with the black. So a total clearance of potentially taking it down to a break of 32 points. A really nice break there from Zhao. And in the end, it is going to be another chance for him to try and extend his advantage, as it is Zhao 2, Liam Highfield 0. And for now, it is the world champion that seems like, even though he's not firing on all cylinders, certainly able to come through an early challenge and get himself lined up with a substantial lead. In terms of those frames, Zhang and Mark Allen are still contesting for the second frame. And it's now Zhang that has got the chance after the opening break of 16 points. Didn't prove to be enough in favour of, Mark Allen. So then, it is going to be down to see if the third frame is going to go the same way as the previous two, because for now, it certainly seems to be that way. And it's just going to be a really interesting battle to be seen there in between those players. But ultimately, I feel like it is going to come down to what you're going to see here. Probably a glimpse of what Zhao Xington can achieve to try and break that Crucible curse. Because, once again, the further he gets into those matches, and if you look at the way that he's managed to have those matches, first to 13, first to 17, first to 18, the more frames you have to play, the more comfortable he seems to be with those performances, and the opposition just seem like they can't do anything to try and oppose him, as I say, because Li Pei Fan and Elias Lesser were the closest ones, and on paper, you look at those names and you feel like, well, probably the ones that you wouldn't expect to put up at all of a challenge. And then you've got the likes of Trump in the Tour Championship, the match that we were anticipating for about a year after missing out on it, despite Williams putting up a bit of a good show at the end. We were thinking that potentially Trump would have been the one to try and challenge Zhao. From what we've seen at the Tour Championship, doesn't seem like that would have been quite as easy as some people might have thought. And at the end point, it is going to be Liam Highfield to try and look at potentially fourth defeat of the Crucible. So, it's not really going to be the way that you want to announce yourself back to the Sheffield, but at the same time, it's part of the game. Unfortunately, when you come through as qualifier, you're always going to have a risk of potentially not making it very far into towards those standings. And, of Of course, he wasn't here last season, I'm pretty sure. He wasn't in the list of qualifiers. So, no, he wasn't. So, yeah, at least he's managed to make it back to the Crucible for the first time in a couple of years. But at the same time, of course, when you're back here, you want to try and take it all the way. He hasn't managed to do that. And right now, it does seem like it is going to be a very difficult place for him to be lined up with a 2-0 of a deficit. Another good shot there from Zhao. And a break-off starts off the third frame. Leaves the chance away for Liam Highfield. And yeah, ultimately, he's just looking at the red about to be taken into the right corner. Not too sure on what he's going to be able to do with it, though. Because as he gets himself lined up with a shot into the left part of the table, then, you know, he can potentially try and play for the black. But at the same time, once again, he's had a couple of those shots where he's taken the risk for. He hasn't worked out. And it always seems like the chance is going to be there for Zhao. Try and be up against yourself. So Liam is going to have a bit of a walk around the table and see what's it going to be for him. But now about to take a red into the right corner. Is he going to try and make it as a long shot or just force that red to be heading towards the right side cushion? It's difficult to say because he didn't get anywhere near to putting that red. He would not have been lined up perfectly on the black anyway. And now about to be lined up for the red to be taken into the left corner as well. I'm going to watch Snooker Live. You can do that through various opportunities. I'm pretty sure it's going to be on BBC. It should be on WST certainly, and should be on TNT Sports as well. And Eurosport. So plenty of options, but of course it does depend on which region you're going to be watching this one from. A very bold move there from Zhao. Had to play that shot with power, but I mean, the way that he's absolutely hammered that red, pretty much underestimating the way that those pockets would have been lined up for, because he needed to play that shot absolutely perfectly. You know, avoid any contact with the jaws at all. And now it's going to be down to Liam Highfield to try and make it back towards the table and have a look at the way that he's going to have a potential shot into the yellow pocket now to be taken for himself. Is he going to be worth it for him, though? It does seem like at this stage, because if he's going to have a really good opportunity to try and take the red into the yellow pocket, then it is going to be down to get that cue ball to be slightly further away from the danger. Make sure you get yourself lined up for, you know, either one of those bold colours to be taken, and then you should be lined up pretty nicely for a good starting point. And then, of course, you don't leave anything else away to Zhao. And, well, he's gone for a safety shot, which, I mean, the camera is going to zoom in nicely on the cue ball, which to me suggests that, yeah, to be fair, from this angle, it does actually look like he's managed to cover up those reds and leave Zhao with anything but easy shot to play. So just try and take those reds away from each other towards the right corner. Make sure that red that he pushes towards the corner is not going to be over the pocket entirely. And still, the good cue ball control is certainly going to help. Just about touching the top edge of the D, but beautiful control in terms of positioning there. Horizontally there with the cue ball. Having the 3 of those dangerous reds, 4 of those potentially, to be covered up by the brown. And it's now going to be down to a potential line here to be drawn from Highfield's point of view. And the last time that was the case, he didn't manage to get a good purchase on the cue ball. And right now, it seems to be a little bit better, but I'm not sure he's going to be good enough for that red to be taken into the corner. You can see safety success 58% for Highfield, 75% for Zhao, which is still not the strongest aspect of his game. For now, he does certainly prove to be the only number that he needs. Oh, this is a bit nasty, that, because, you know, the way that you know Zhao and you know his style of play, he's going to try and take this plant into the corner, but it's going to be anything but easy because it's not straight. The distance is horrible, and the red that is closer to the pocket, despite it being close, still not going to be perfectly close enough for you. So, it's not really a way for you to try and force the red close to the cue ball past the red and the black. Yeah, so, yeah, he needs to hit that one a millimetre perfectly, which is never going to happen. So, and especially he needs to play this shot with power, which makes a 1% of a shot chance down to 0. So, it's a plant or it's a nothing. He's trying to take that one with a plant. And to be fair, it's a smart shot there from Zhao because it almost feels like to me he was preparing himself for a missed shot there. trying to get that cue ball as close to the black as possible. And now Highfield is not going to be able to access this plant, which, you know, if he was to leave a chance away to Zhao, then he's certainly going to be playable, because those two reds are going to be a lot closer to each other right now, but also the second of them is going to be very close to the right corner of the table as well. So, yeah, Highfield is going to certainly take a little bit of time here. So let's have a look how Mark Cullen and Zhang are doing. And it is now going to be a century break from Zhang, the first one of the World Championship. And it's certainly a good response to the first frame win of Mark Cullen. And, oh, there, I'm not too sure what was that there, but it seems like it was a very thin shot there from Highfield. And he's managed to just about get the contact there with the reds. And at the same time, manages to leave this shot away to Zhao. So, I mean, it's a similar shot to the one that you would see a re-rack from. But the contrasting thing is, of course, one shot could change it all here, because if any one of the players is going to try and take it away to the top end of the table, then it's going to be a bit of a difficult line there for either Zhao or Highfield to be taken. So there's a potential line there to be drawn. But you still feel like it's going to take loads of correct executions. That's exactly the line that Zhao is thinking about. You know, if anything, I would actually say he's got a better chance of taking that one with the red next to the blue. But of course, that potentially could leave the red out towards the left middle. So, what's it going to be here? Decision seems like it was made by Zhao in terms of the attacking approach to be taken again. Seems like it's going to be very low on the pace though. And it's not going to be anywhere near the line that he was looking for. It was a really good line there, to be fair, but at the same time, he was nowhere near judging the power correctly. But, I mean, I'm not sure if that was the case, but it's still, because of a little fade there, because of the line that the cue ball was taken, he may have actually snooked Highfield in between another colour there, behind the brown. So it may still be a bit of a difficult situation for Liam to try and get himself out of. Because despite, you know, if he makes a firm contact with those reds towards the right corner, it's going to be a very difficult shot for him to try and execute in relation to those reds to be taken one into another, but also trying to get a bit of value in this shot and make sure he's going to be lined up for the colour after that one as well. So Highfield seems to be thinking long and hard about it, but the more he looks at this shot from this angle, the more he feels like if he's going to try and swerve around it, either he's going to be nowhere near those reds, or he's going to have to try and touch the red on his way towards this plant. So what's it going to be then for him? He's trying to just hammer this one through. Didn't work, and yeah, as I say, he needed to have a firm contact on those reds, but even at this point, I mean, I don't really understand the mindset there, because even if Highfield makes this red in, he's still not going to be anywhere near to be on the black. And yeah, you can see this is now going to be a really good chance to be given away there for Zhao. So what he needs to do now is to try and carefully take this, well, that's not really what I meant. Try and carefully take this red, I was going to say, and playing behind the black is absolutely hammer that black into the right side cushion. And yeah, I mean, I said the same thing about Highfield. I don't really understand what Zhao was trying to achieve there, because I mean, look at this shot once again. The cue ball is always going to get a stun of the black, and yeah, a bit of a weird shot selection there from Xingtong, but at the same point, you know, he still finds himself being a shot ahead there in relation to the safety that he can play, and he's played that one superbly well, getting the contact point with the black nicely, getting that cue ball to be in behind the brown again, and it's a break of 1 point, which still gets him a little bit closer towards the you know, towards the ultimate glory here, or trying to take every single one of those frames. For now, in the first 4 frames, I would say. So for now, Liam is about to try and take those reds away from each other, play that cue ball straight into the face of the yellow. It doesn't really help the case either, but apart from a plant potentially available into the right corner, which Zhao seems like he's going to be all over for straight away, I feel like he hasn't really left anything, and this plant still needs to be taken care of. Let's see if he's going to try and take the aggressive option, or is he going to try and play it safe? He's trying to go for another red into the corner. He's missed that one away, and the same red is now going to be available for Liam Highfield. But once again, the black to be cannoned away from the main action of the play here by Zhao on the previous chance that he scored that red from. Certainly going to make it a very difficult job for either Highfield or Zington to try and make it past the score mark of around 20 or 30 points and try and make it a significant advantage for either one of those two. Basically try and take it as, the frame-winning opportunity. For now, Highfield is just thinking about trying to go for this red, which does remind you of the red that he's missed in the previous frame, which seems to have cost him dearly in the first frame, I should say, for potential total clearance. So then, the plans of those two reds, which Zhao Zington has refused, is still going to be available there for Highfield, but it does seem like, after all that consideration, he's going to go for another short selection of just trying to take it into a safety play. Play the cue ball towards the black, and he manages to find a really good traction there in behind the yellow and black. So if he's left a chance for a safety, it's certainly going to be limited for Zhao Zington. And Zhao is about to have a bit of a look towards the left-hand side of the table. Not too sure if he's going to have a chance to try and play it off the two lowest of those reds. He's going to have to try and get the three reds next to the paint to be moving. For now, it does seem like he's going to go for option number 2. So just try and carefully take this one towards the right side of the table. Play that red towards the right-hand side corner as well. And has he got it? It seems like he's going to be close in relation to that red and the right corner. But the cue ball may have actually stopped in the perfect timing there for him. And now Highfield is just about to have a look and see, in relation to those reds, what can he try and do here? Because once again, even though he's got a red next to the pocket, then it's going to be down to try and make it with a huge plan there to be taken into the corner. Last spot time for Highfield 15 minutes ago, that was the case. So of course he's got the left-hand side of the table to be covered up. The right-hand side is available, but the problem with those shots is it's very difficult for you to try and pot the red and at the same time get yourself lined up for the colour. So what's it going to be here? The decision has to be made. Whatever he does, is there going to be a point in playing a safety shot, or does he just try and hammer that red into another red, take the second one away from the corner? He needs a whole lot of a deep screw for that one as well. And a huge shot with Q action means, you can miss the second red altogether. It's now more than a minute. Highfield has taken on this shot, and certainly he's not going to be one of those players that tries to take it too quickly, especially when he's going to find himself being 2 frames down, and also looking to try and make it as difficult as he possibly can for Zhao Zington. So he's going to be taking this one really deep onto the cue ball. So can he try and get that white to be past the ball colours? He was never going to pot that red realistically, but he got a really nice purchase on the cue ball, and that was always going to be the thing that matters most. It's a really good shot there from Highfield, despite not potting any one of those 2 reds. He still was bringing that cue ball to be lined up for the black, and right now he hasn't left anything away for Zhao Zington at all. At least that's what it looks like to the naked eye. He may still have a chance to be taken into the right corner of one of those reds to be positioned closest to it. But even if that is the case, it's going to be a very difficult line for Zington to be taken to try and get around the pink and potentially get himself lined up for the blue, which at this stage, a mistake could be a very costly one indeed. Apologies. Got that scoring to be in the wrong position. But yeah, at the same time, I would say that it's going to be a safety here for Zington to be taken, because if he wants to try and hit that left-hand side of those reds and position the cue ball to be heading towards the left side cushion as well, he needs to hit that one with perfect amount of power. He doesn't seem like he's played that shot too badly, to be fair. But the reds that I've mentioned previously that were available for Zhao Zington right now is going to be available for Liam Highfield here as well. And he's got a bit of a better line in terms of taking the red into the corner and at the same time not really risking anything of trying to give a chance away over to Zhao Zington. So play this one with a little bit of backspin on the cue ball, make sure that red is going to be played with loads of power. And look at that for a shot. Brilliant there from Highfield. He's pulled that one out of nowhere. And he still doesn't seem like he's going to be too happy on the position that he got on the black. But look at this beauty. Brilliant. And into the heart of the pocket there. A long red, which was positioned a lot further. Higher than the blue ball line, I should say. And look at that, taken beautifully diagonally into the right corner. By far the shot of the match. Can he try and make a thing out of it, though? Take the black into the yellow pocket. And try and get that cue ball to be running. So he's managed to take the black away. Now he gets him into 7 points of the advantage. Let's see what he's going to be able to make out of these situations with those reds. Because if he takes the red away into the right middle, that does limit the availability in terms of him trying to play it safe and leave insurance on a couple of those reds, so that if he runs himself out of position, he's always going to have one or two of those reds to try and put that down to, and try and make it as straightforward as he possibly can for himself. For now, he's going to be very straight on this red into the corner. Oh, that is an unforced error if I've seen one, because there was no reason for him to try and play that shot with so much power. All he had to do was to strike that one nicely with a little bit of queuing, stun that white to be positioned in the situation of a red. Now he's going to miss that red completely, and the same red that I said could have been used as an insurance for him is now going to be used as a nice starting point for Zhao. So now it's going to be just 6 points, incredibly, that he finds himself behind off. But after such a great shot on the red and also on the black, which wasn't bad either, Highfield is about to probably find himself behind in this frame again. And Zhao is going to be the one trying to set the pace to this match. So, yeah, the cue ball into the brown. He's going to have to try and take this one with loads of backspin. Carefully take it past the cue ball, and not too sure what that shot was all about, because he's either tried to play it super aggressive and try and get himself lined up with a super tight of a line, which I'm not sure, you know. He may have actually got it. To me, it seems like he's just about got the line here on the red to try and take it away, but, well, it's going to be too close. Is he going to be too close? Because once again, don't really understand why he was playing for that red in the first place, because apart from him playing that shot with even more power, which seems to be impossible, he's going to go for it, Zington, and I feel like he might actually get it, but it's going to be way too close in terms of, ooh, he's taking that power away from the shot, but look at that for a shot. It's so much more difficult when you try and play with no pace at all, because a little fade of the table and you may be absolutely dead there in terms of the position. In the end, he's taken that red, he's taken the black after it, and now it is going to be 13 points of a break here for Zhao. And look at that position. It was always going to be something that Liam Highfield could have been finding himself in charge of. It wasn't the case, and now Zhao is going to find himself with 15 plays 8 of the advantage. And could well be on his way towards winning 3 frames on the bounce and try and take it into the dominant aspect of the game against Liam Highfield. Once again, you can see just how close that was. In the end, it doesn't look like it was as close as it could have been, but at the same point, you know, we've been playing that shot with no power, and also leaving all of those reds to be very much on the plate there for Highfield. Had he not been able to take that red into the corner, it's now going to be 23 points that he has got on the break. And 22, I should say, as he takes the black into the left corner. He misses that black. Wow. That was a bit of an unforced error. Once again there from Zhao, because, I mean, the black of the spot, it's not really something that you would expect Zhao to be missing out there. It seems to be so clinical with those type of shots. And, yeah, pot success 86% there for Zhao, 82% for Highfield. But the problem for Liam is, he just doesn't seem like he's getting those chances at all, which, you know, therefore leaves a bit of a more of a leeway for Zhao to be getting away with those mistakes. But once again, the thing that is going to matter is the score sheet, and table time 52%, 48 in favour of Zhao, which is once again incredible when you consider how much more points and how much more frames Zhao was able to win alongside Liam Highfield. So, if he's going to be able to take the blue away towards the right middle, he should have a really good line with the cue ball to try and take it into the easier reds. once again, the black is not going to be out of position. He's going to be playable into the right part of the table now, and then he's going to return back on his spot straight away. But yeah, this could have easily been 3-0 of a deficit in favour of Zhao right now. It does seem like it is going to be a bit of a nervy stuff if that is to be the case, and for now, it's a really good chance for Highfield to try and take this one all the way. So 8 points as the difference in favour of Zhao. And yeah, it's still looking at this pink because he needs to be wary of the fact of whether the pink will go back on his spot or not. Because for now, it does seem like the answer is going to be negative. But he does need that to realise if he can play for the red next to the pink spot or he can't. And he's going to have to try and open up the angle for himself, either to the left or the right corner for another one of those reds. So he's playing through it, which clearly to me suggests that he's not going to try and take any risks with it. So just trying to get himself lined up for the red to be taken into the right hand side of the table. It seems to be super close. Oh, that is really, really close out there. You can see there the marker. So close to that red, and at the end point, it does seem like it's not quite going to fit the pink back onto his spot, so we'll have to go to the spot for the black, which probably helps out Liam Highfield at this stage because it gives him a really good chance of just trying to use the pink for a couple of more of those shots, and then at the same time clear the pink spot away. Then he's going to be able to either swap around the pink and the black or just keep them as they are. And so, yeah, it's going to be all down to Rob Spencer's judgment because he asked Liam Highfield to have a look and he says that he's going to be fine with that one. And then Highfield just saying, have you got a ruler so you can measure that one? So, yeah, referee seems like he is going to be pretty confident that the pink is going to go towards those reds. So, just carefully placing the pink to about as close to those ones he can because, once again, it doesn't really matter. You know, those 3 reds would have been... he would have had to try and take care of those reds anyway. So right now it's going to be down to try and play those shots for the black. Let's see if he's going to have to try and find either one of those reds to be heading towards the right middle. Because for now, as I say, he's clearly going to be concentrating on trying to bring those reds into the open play. They're now being certainly the favourite to try and take this frame away from Zhao in relation to the two of them. But whether he's going to be able to try and do that at this visit to the table remains to be seen. So just carefully looking at the black, making sure that he's got that cue ball to be positioned for the red to be taken into the right middle. And once again, meanwhile, the action on the other table is going to be hitting with nice speed as well as Alan gets a good shot in and gets himself with another chance to try and extend his 14 points of a lead even further. So yeah, Highfield seems like he's committed to try and not take the risk of playing that cue ball into the reds from the black. So he's trying to get the position sorted out for the red to be taken into the right middle. This is not going to be easy for him. But once again, he probably does find himself in a position where even if Zhao was to come back to the table, he will need every single one of those reds, which will improve his chances a little bit. But of course, it wouldn't be guaranteed for him to be winning this frame. It's a brilliant shot though. That might take it over the edge, you know, because Highfield certainly finds himself in a position where he won't need all of these reds to his name because he's going to be able to get more than 35 points clear with the 4 remaining reds that he has available to him. He's played a really nice shot there previously on that red. He needs to be taking a couple more of those towards the right middle for the time being, but certainly could be one of those frames that you say he's going to get a chance of trying to take it away from Zhao. At the stage, of course, when it looked like it was never going to happen, but look at that for a miss. That is horrible there from Highfield, and he's going to know that better than anyone else. Really disappointing miss, especially after the good red that he's managed to take without needing to do anything with the cue ball. All he had to do was to try and stun that for the pink. It hasn't worked out. Now the break of 29 points is going to be the best that Liam can manage here. So once again, the only good thing about this whole situation for Highfield is going to be down to Zhao probably will need the whole pack of those reds, and obviously it probably will need the transition from the black onto the yellow, which for now It doesn't seem like it's going to be quite as easy because the yellow is going to be out of its spot. He finds himself 13 points behind, 59 at the table, so it's going to be quite close in relation to if he is going to need to try and get through to that yellow. Or the last red with a black combination is going to be able to take it over the finish line. But even in that case, he's got 4 reds, and neither one of those 4 reds are going to be there to call simple. It's a bad shot there from the cue ball. And once again, Zhao clearly tried to bring the white into those 2 reds. Didn't work out. Finds himself 8 points behind right now. So, yeah, it's now going to be down to Highfield potentially finding himself in the same boat where, you know, he does need all 4 of those reds to be taken because 8 points of a lead, even if he takes those 3 reds with a black, then he's still going to be only 32 points clear, which is not going to take it over the line. So all players, or both of these players right now, are going to need all 4 of those reds to be taken. So for now, Zhao to be playing a safety shot, trying to get one of those reds to be in the open play, and it's still bringing that cue ball to be positioned nicely alongside the yellow. So yeah, once again, it is now going to be Liam Highfield to be coming back to the table. Can he try and bring those reds into the open play, or is he going to be just trying to make it safe? Well, that certainly was anything but safe. A horrible shot there, catching the jaw of the middle pocket. And, well, the question is, can Zhao get through to the reds on the left-hand side of the table? Because if he can, the second closest to it, it's going to be a really good chance to try and make it down to that last red to be taken. The match time is about to go over an hour of pure playing time. The answer for now seems to be negative. And Zhao was taking another red away. And you can see in the background, Highfield knew as soon as he hit that red that he was going to miss it. And yeah, it's a bit of a scrappy frame this is. So whoever's going to be able to take it, surely he's going to be the favourite to be taking the 4th one as well. Because it felt like this is going to take a little bit out of the game of Zhao in terms of him getting the first chances as well. But ultimately just having a look at the red to be taken at the left-hand side of the table. What's he going to be here then? Is he going to try and take that cue ball past those 2 reds? Get himself lined up through with a shot into the left part of the table here. We'll have to wait and see. For now, he certainly seemed like he's about to cue this one. And try and keep that cue ball for the pink. Ooh, that was certainly not what he's planned. He caught the wrong red first. And he's going to leave one of those reds away over to Zhao pretty much on the plate there. Once again, that was always going to be the risk of catching the wrong red first. Zhao was watching that on the TV because of unable to see through the back of Liam Highfield, which you can't really blame him for. But it does seem like, ever since he was in the first frame, where he was 47 points each, they're about to have 37 points each with a break of a single point there from Zhao. About to take it down for the black and make it 37 points each out there. Make it down to the cue ball to try and carefully take the red away. And, well, it's not a bad shot that he's played. Once again, it's 37 points each, so whoever gets the first chance in, of course, Zhao is technically in with a chance right now, will need 3 reds, 3 blacks or something like that, and then the yellow to go with that as well. So it does seem like the ultimate chance for Highfield may not be about as far away as you might be thinking about it. And look at that. Not necessarily meant exactly right now, but, you know, that shot had to be played with loads of power there from Zhao. At least that's what he's felt. And he didn't manage to take that red into the green pocket. He's going to be a little bit disappointed there in himself. And come back to his seat with a break of 8 points there that he scores. And give the turn back over towards Liam Highfield. So yeah, just having a bit of a look towards the red and the position that he finds himself with, because, you know, in a way, if you're going to try and take this red away into the right middle, you may still be able to, you know, keep that cue ball somewhat close to the bulk line, which is going to have the yellow, the blue, and the brown or green all available to yourself. So take this red carefully towards the right middle, play that shot really well there with Highfield. And now he's about to be lined up for either blue or yellow. Which one of those 2 is he going to choose here? Because it does seem like at the end point, it is going to be pretty close in between the 2 of them to choose from. Because if you take the yellow away towards the yellow pocket, then you get a natural angle on the cue ball. The shot on the blue, it may seem like you get a natural angle as well, but you're going to do that on one cushion. And once again, he's doing that little play around with the rest, which didn't really help him on the previous two shots. This one should be a lot more straightforward, but he shouldn't take it for granted. Now, he needs to miss the pink. He needs that cue ball to keep running. And he's played that shot really well there, to be fair to Highfield. Now, we are down to just 2 more reds to be taken, so it does seem like 6 points of a lead could still be very important here for Liam. As he's now looking towards this red, about to be taken into the right-hand side of the table. And getting himself lined up through to another colour sequence. Of course, the black is being out of position after that mistake from Zhao of taking the red towards the green pocket. Now, is he going to have a chance to try and take the red over towards the right corner or not? Remains to be seen here. But yeah, he certainly does seem like he's about to take the red into the corner. Probably the logical move is going to be try and play for the pink. I mean, there's always going to be a bit of a temptation for him to try and play for the black, getting behind of it and take the black into the left middle. But at the same time, it's going to be anything but a controlled way of playing that shot, because it always leaves you with a bit of a risk of messing up that shot and not getting lined up perfectly on the black, which is going to be very much a necessity. Has he played that one well enough? Well, it's not bad in relation to the colours, but I mean, once again, which of those 3 is going to get him down for the reds to be taken along the side cushion? And the answer is probably none of them. So, yeah, just having a look towards the blue to be taken into the right middle. He's not really going to make it pass for him, so just try get the pink in here. Average shot time, 34 seconds, incredibly there for Highfield. So, it certainly shows that he's not up to full flow and doesn't have loads of momentum to go with it as well. But as he's taking the red, well, he's decided to take a step backwards here, so it is surprising. He has managed to bring the yellow into the play, but it's only a break of 7 points. And it's a snooker now for Zhao to try and find himself out of. But ultimately, it felt like Highfield might be onto something here, because he forces Zhao to play this shot from the black ball cushion pretty much with a guarantee there, unless he's unable to do that through the brown. But if that is the case, he needs to play that shot with a little bit of power, either a lot of it so that he pushes that red to be over the middle pocket, over the line of the middle pocket, or he's taking that shot aggressively. And I'll tell you what, this is exactly what Highfield would have liked to see. And yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Zhao has played it exactly into his hands, because he needed to play that red further down up the table there, because he couldn't play the shot rolling up to the cube, rolling up to the red, because there would have been a snooker lined up for Highfield, very much waiting to happen. Now, it's going to be all down to just making it 5 or so color clearance here as he takes the first red. Could have been lined up nicer on the green, but at least he's still the right side of it. And yeah, he's going to be able to just bounce that cue ball off the side cushion. Make sure he's still going to be lined up for the yellow. And yeah, just carefully. Ooh, what a bad shot that is. I mean, I certainly didn't think it was possible to miss the green from there. Don't understand what's happening with Highfield there, because it seems like he's playing all the right shots there, but it doesn't seem like he's able to get any pot success rhythm going for him. And look at how far away the cue would have been from his desired position on the yellow. So Zhao is going to be able to take this yellow away now. Is he going to have the position on the green? The answer is no. So it's now Zhao winner. Well, we'll have to wait and see there. For now, it certainly does seem to be the case, but the third frame certainly going to bring it down to the wire here. 5 colours, 6 points in it, and it's still anyone's frame to be taking. And Zhang is about to take another high scoring break of 75 points and try and make it 2-1 of the advantage against Mark Cullen. So it's going to be a really good shot there that Zhao has played, to be fair, because he's managed to utilise that position of the cue ball. Nicely planted that one onto the right side rail. And now, about to have that white to be swerving around the black, try and get it through and position for the green. He hit that one, but has he hit that one well enough? Not too sure. Not too sure about it at all, because Zhao has got the angle to try and get that cue ball to be running closer to the brown, which means if he takes his green away, he's certainly going to be in with a great chance of winning the frame altogether. So for now, seems like he's about to make a decision on this one because, once again, it's a difficult shot there. The cue ball is not perfectly onto the cushion, but he's certainly far from being in the open play as well. So now Zhao is just having a look. That front jaw is going to be looking very nasty at him. So, yeah, it does seem like he's going to play this one safe. Yeah, it does seem like it's going to be just a safety shot that he's playing there. Get that cue ball to be running towards the yellow pocket and make sure that green is not going to be too far away from the side cushion either. So, frame time now, more than 35 minutes. So, certainly nothing like the frame time that we expect to see when we've got Zhao to be the one playing. But, you know, I suppose Liam Highfield just trying to take it down to his comfort zone there. But at the same time, his spot success needs to improve dramatically if he is to be the real threat for this frame. And has he played this shot well enough? I'm not too sure about it, you know, because the blue is going to be in the way of the left-hand side of that green, but I still feel like Zhao is going to be able to get through to this green and trying to get past the blue. Safety success, 75% for Zhao and 65 of those for Liam Highfield. Nearly potty the green there while swerving around the blue, and he managed to get that one resting perfectly for the Blackwell cushion. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare shot for Highfield to be taking on. So, yeah, I'm not too sure if he can try and avoid the double kiss, because ideally you want to try and take that one through the right-hand side there. You can't be pushing that green anywhere near the left corner, but at the same time, you hit that one too thick, you may leave that green to be available, and he's still done that, unless the green is going to go in behind the brown, which it won't. So now, this is finally the chance for Zhao to try and take this one all the way and make it a 3-0 of the advantage. After all that struggle for Highfield, it may come down to nothing at the end point of it. Could have been easier that for Zhao, but it's basically a shot for the frame. Is he going to be able to get it? No, he won't, is the answer. He would have been nicely lined up for the brown, which means he may have easily got the snooker here lined up on Liam. So, even though he is going to be delighted of coming back to the table for one more time in this frame, he would have not been doing that. And that green ended up in the back of the pocket, because look at that position on the brown. The blue and the pink are going to be right next to each other, so would have been an easy clearance there for Zhao. For now, it's going to be anything but easy of a shot to try and escape from snooker there from Liam. He seems to have played that one really well in terms of the pace judgment. And that green is now going to be about as close to the Blackwell cushion as it could have been. So now 6 points of a difference in favour of Liam Highfield here. But of course, still, probably would say this frame is going to be slightly favouring Zhao there for him to have the better technique, but also being the top seeded player here. So just trying to give it a little bit of a nudge from the right hand side there to that rate. And has he played that shot well enough? Well, I'll tell you what, he certainly seems to have a really good line on it in terms of just trying to get that green to be further away from the cue ball. It's not too close to the pocket, but ultimately it's still a potential chance there for Highfield to try and take that green into its own pocket. Make sure that cue ball is going to be stuck for position on the brown. So, yeah, I'm not too sure about this one here, because if he tries to take the cue ball towards the green, it's going to be down to, you know, not leaving that one over the middle pocket, because he's unlikely to leave that one over the green pocket unless he plays that one with, you know, very little power and gets really close to it. He's gone for that green. He's missed it. Now, what's he going to be here for Zhao? Because he's certainly going to have that green to be in a playable position right underneath the cue ball, though, which makes it difficult for him to choose which of those corner pockets to be taking it. The trademark shot from Zhao will probably be taking it into the left corner, because of how well we managed to play those shots, despite, you know, they require a lot more of the cue action. And at the end point, he decided to refuse the attacking shot all along. Ooh, didn't need to be catching the jaw from the middle pocket. It just about managed to get away with that one, though. And it seems like that green is not going to be possible for you to cut. Although Highfield will have a bit of a look at this one and see if he's got the chance of trying to get that green to be positioned into the left middle. Play that cue ball into the top end of the table here. Wow, can he try and cut this one in? I said he probably got away with that one. Can he try and make it the perfect situation for him? He got the green in. Now, where's the position on the brown? Is he going to have the position on the brown? It does seem like it's a perfect shot there from Liam Highfield. Look at that. Around the globe, twice there to the table. 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions at the end point. Brilliant there from Highfield. And look at that. In between the pink and the black, no contact made there. He's still not perfect on this one. And he will need the blue to be taken after this one as well. For now, he's ahead by 9 points. So he needs to take this shot with a real power. But at the same time, you feel like if he gets the brown in, he's always going to give himself a chance of taking the blue for the frame. Oh, he's trying to dig into the cue ball here. Makes this shot difficult, you know. Is he going to be able to do it? Wow. Splayed that one with absolutely 100% worth of power. And he's still managed to get that brown to be in the pocket. Now, the blue is still needs to be taken care of. It's a really good brown there that he's taken. A little bit too close to the front jaw, but at the same point, it's not going to matter. If he takes the blue away, at least he's going to be on the score sheet. The most dramatic of frames there. So many mistakes, but can he try and make this one right? He's tried to cut this blue into the middle, and it is going to be a win for Liam Highfield here in this frame. 18 points. Well, he still does ideally want to get the pink in. But with how close it is going to be towards the right middle, it's certainly not going to be too much of an issue. And it should be Liam Highfield to be getting himself on the score sheet. And it is 18 points of a break. Zhao 10-2. Well, could be. Could be certainly the case out there, because right now it is Liam Highfield that finally gets himself on the score sheet after pretty much 40 minutes worth of a frame. It is Zhao 2, Liam Highfield 1. And the last frame, before we get onto the intermission, is about to be played between the world champion and one of the qualifiers. So, yeah, now Mark Cullen is going to be in with another chance against Zhang to try and take it to the intermission, with it being 2 frames each out there. And something that you probably would not have expected me included is that that match is actually further ahead than this one right here. And therefore, it does leave with, you know, Zhao and Liam Highfield slightly being behind on the schedule. And you can see 1.5 hours since the match has begun, and we've only seen 3 of those frames, and it probably has to come down to the first and the third frames, because especially the third one, with how much of those time has been spent trying to get those issues out of the way, in terms of so many misses out there to be made by either one of those 2 players. And in the end, it was Highfield with a fantastic, you know, a really good shot on the green, a really good shot on the brown, and in the end point, it was a good shot on the blue as well for him to win that frame away. With 18 points of a clearance so far, he's only had a break of 45 points, which wasn't even made in that frame as his highest scoring there. But still able to just about get himself over the finish line. You're now about to be lined up for a potential chance to try and take it down to 2 frames each ahead of the intermission. And that certainly is going to put a little bit of pressure on Zhao, as he likes to call it himself. Mark Cullen, meanwhile, is 28 points clear against Zhang, so certainly does seem like the match is going to be heading towards the intermission as well on table number 2. In the meantime, let's have a look at the way that this is going to dictate the response from Zhao's point of view, because is he going to have a chance to try and take this one away from Highfield and step up on his performance from the previous frame, or is it going to be down to Liam to try and improve on the scoring that he's had and try and make it very much deserved a draw if he is to make a break of 60 or 70 points down to the 4th frame? As you can see so far, certainly has been a lot more high scoring from Zhao, but when it comes to total points scored, still doesn't seem like it's quite as confident as it could have been there in the first 3 frames. All 3 of them could have easily been won by Zhao, and 2 of them could have been easily won by Liam Highfield had he managed to get that rest shot into the left corner right. And now it's going to be the 4th frame, and once again it is going to be Liam Highfield to break. So far, no issues with the break-off shots that we've seen, and just carefully trying to make it past the left-hand side of those reds. Seem to hit that one with a little bit extra power. That cue ball is going to be, well, to be fair, he's managing to keep that cue ball somewhat close to the ball cushion, so not too far away, not too close. So he's going to be right in the middle out there. Now it's going to be back to Zhao, which does have an opening for a red to be taken into the left part of the table, but there is going to be a point that probably prevents him from playing that shot of not having the black to be available to be taken into the right corner, but at the same time, is he going to have a chance to try and play that shot through the cue ball so that he's going to get himself lines up for the pink? Because technically, the more you think about it, it's only going to have one of those reds to be left out potentially available there for Liam Highfield, which could still prove to be enough, but it's going to be down to the decision here to be made by Zhao. But the fact that he's taking this red away probably can only one thing. He's going to try and go for this long red, and he went for it, and he's taken that one too well. He's overscrewed the cue ball, and look at that for the position. It's going to be absolutely no man's land, but look at that for a red. Brilliantly taken there, and you can't defend against that. Can't do anything about it, but at least, you know, Highfield is about to come back to the table here. Oh, is he going to come back to the table? Because remember, sometimes when you try and roll up to the yellow, you may misjudge the power, and your opponent is going to be enjoying to be seeing you suffer, trying to escape from a snooker. That is going to be even more difficult, of course, when you misjudge the power, because, you know, you're going to be close to the colour, but you're not going to be too close enough for you to be touching it. So then for Highfield now, you feel like this is a bit of a interesting situation because he's got so many reds to be bunched up together, but he also has got a couple of them to be positioned closer to the right corner than another. So you feel like it could be a bit of a domino effect where you play a shot into those reds, even with minimal power, and you could still get one of those to be further away from the other. He doesn't want to be too low there on the cue ball, but he seems like he's played that one really well. As long as he's not going to get too much of a bounce, you know. It's going to be close. Got a bit of a bounce there, but Zhao is not even looking at that red, which is just that Highfield managed to get away with that one. Still would have been anything but easy for Zington to try and find his way and be lines up for an expensive colour after that one as well. For now, it's the cue ball that he plays towards the ball cushion. And yeah, Liam Highfield is about to come back to the table here. And look for those reds about to be taken into the right corners, especially with Zington. You feel like it's just a matter of time until he's going to try and play the red closest to the black into the most expensive colour there. Try and get that one to be an open play. Unforced errors so far, 2 of those from Zhao and 4 of those to be from Liam Highfield. So probably does tell you that the scoreline is going to be deserved because, you know, Zhao clearly hasn't played well enough for it to be a 3-0 of a gap. And Highfield hasn't played quite well enough for it to be a 2-1 of advantage in his favour either. Seems to have played that shot really well, to be fair, because it wasn't easy for him to try and find an opener without that cue ball to be stuck in between those reds. And despite him catching the yellow pretty much full ball, still managed to get the cue ball to be closer to the ball cushion down to the bulk line. And now Zhao is about to go for a similar type of a shot himself. And played carefully behind the yellow. Seems to have played that one really well. I feel like he's underrun for this one slightly. Zhao not play very good today. Well, we'll see. Salgadon is about to be playing against Watchalong in 2:30 of the session. But for now, this one certainly does look like it is going to be heading in favour of Zhao for the time being. Because even though he's not playing well, he's still getting those fantastic long reds in, and the safety doesn't seem to be too shabby either. Highfield desperately needs that cue ball to keep running. Is he going to keep running? He won't. So now, what is it going to be for Zhao to try and achieve here? Because he's surely going to be taking this second closest of those reds towards the right side cushion into the corner. Whether he can try and pot this one or not is going to be another matter, but if he does do it, then he should be lined up with a straightforward line to be taking this frame away because of the way that he's got those colours to be very much available to him. So, yeah, just looking to try and make it past those reds. Make sure he's going to have a red to be taken into the right corner after that one as well. But it does seem like he's he's not necessarily backing himself to go for this red for whatever reason, because, whether it's going to be down to him not having the ability to have the bridge to be perfect, and you can see it's very far, hampered by the yellow as well. So what's he going to be here for Zhao Xington? Oh, that one, it was a horrible miss. I mean, he couldn't miss that one by any more there. Any more of a distance then that he has. It's a horrible shot there from Zhao. Whether he was impacted or not, that was certainly not acceptable to be missing that red by so much of a margin. Now, he's going to be down to Highfield to try and make the most out of it. Everybody, hello Letitia, straight away. I was waiting to say, I apologise for making a bit of a, lie to you with a thumbnail. I just thought I'd check the purple one. I am going to bring it back to the next season, but I mean, it just didn't fit with me with the Crucible, and I didn't really like the contrast either. So I thought, when it comes to Sheffield, when it comes to the World Championship, surely I have to make it red. So yeah, I apologise for that one. And I hope we can get that elephant out of the room. Anyway, Zhao Xington is certainly not going to be feeling, a lot of confidence now, because he's taken 2 really comfortable frames there, especially with how he managed to make a break of 65 in frame number 2 out there. He's had a massive struggle in the 3rd frame. He was dragging on for pretty much 50 minutes. And now it is going to be to Liam Highfield to try and make it down to 2 frames each at the intermission. Incredible stuff there, which just shows you sometimes in the World Championship, when you've got initiative to be very much with you, sometimes you can do a lot of damage, not just a lot of good to yourself, but also a lot of damage to your opponent. Highfield there seems like he's absolutely stunned with the shot that he's played. And I say that for a reason, because he's stunned the cue ball, but he seems to have stunned it perfectly to have the blue to be impacting the cue ball there. Well, that's going to be a problem out of nowhere. He's going to have to try and take this one with a rest shot. So far, the 3 that I've seen, the blue one was an easy shot into the green pocket, and 2 more of those reds that he's missed. This is not going to be easy at all. Seeing Jack to be missing out on one of those in Judgment Day match against Watchalong, and he's going to be Liam Highfield to be missing out on another one of those. Let's see where the red is going to finish. It's going to finish exactly safe, so yeah, he's going to have potentially one of those reds to be taken away there from Zhao Xington, but still, one thing you have to say about Liam Highfield, despite him getting all those chances there, rest success 25%, as I say, 3 out of 4 that I've seen him miss. Now it's going to be 4 out of 5, which brings it down to 20%, which I'm not so sure, maybe I missed the story there. Liam, a bit of nerves, not scoring big today. Yeah, I mean, was about to say that. With all the struggle that Zhao Xington has got, the fact that Liam Highfield is still behind him is incredible to me, because surely, as a qualifier, you dream about the world number 1 and the seeded player number 1 to be having a problem like that. And right now, it does seem like, as much as Zhao Xington is not firing all cylinders, Liam Highfield doesn't seem like he's playing the best game of his life at all. And he's still looking to try and make it to the 2nd round of the Crucible for the first time. There seems to be a line there of taking the red into the right corner, which potentially can get you past all of those reds. But I'll tell you what, that is going to be only if you take that red perfectly well, because to me, that line is wrong. Because if you take that red towards the right side cushion, you could easily leave it over the pocket, and that line is drawn in for you to be missing that red. If you take that red into the corner, then it's going to be a very difficult line for you to be taking out there. Not in the very best. You do get his name wrong, because Zhao Xington has still not started his match, but Zhao Xington certainly doesn't look like he is playing about as well as he can. So, yeah, it's going to be down to taking a red into the left part of the table there for Liam Highfield. He's played that with a hint of a cross double, and it's a bit of a bad hit from Zhao Xington. He needs to have that cue ball to slow down in behind the green. It may have got it, It's going to be close. I'm not sure if he's left the red next to the blue to be available. I feel like the blue is going to be in the way of the red to be taken towards the left corner. But, yeah, if it's going to be a red to be taken into the right part of the table as well, then it will be down to the cue ball to try and take it there. Because, listen, if you just try and stun the cue ball for the black, it's going to be very risky for you to be giving loads of those reds away for Zhao Xington. But if you try and bring it up the table, then you leave it with way too much for you to do. And he could easily miss that red, have a double kiss, and, certainly leave it down to the hands of luck, which so far, as I say, Liam Highfield certainly not been shy of. As much as Zhao hasn't been taking his chances. If you compare the chances that Zhao has been giving away to Highfield and, vice versa, it does seem like the run of the ball is going to be sticking with Liam for now. Is he going to try and go for this red? Whatever reason, I genuinely feel like he'll make this one in. But I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to get the contact on the black. Well, I thought he was going to make it in. He didn't make it in. And now, as I said, if you take that shot and you try and stun the cue ball, you're always going to leave loads of options. And he has done so. So, the red into the left middle was always going to be there. The red into the left corner was always going to be there. Now, the choice for Zhao is purely going to be down to a short selection on the colour, which I am surprised that he's taking the red into the corner. He's played that one really well, though. He had to stun that cue ball for the black and make sure he didn't lose control of it. Because again, we'll see. Nah, absolutely not. I mean, just because he's losing out a couple of those frames of the rhythm, he's not going to be certainly down to the Crucible curse. And Letitia, by the way, it's the third time I'm going to steal this stat, but Zhao told me before the match has started, he's 3 times more likely to be winning this tournament than he is to be losing this match, which is incredible. 3.0 for Zhao to be the winner of the World Championship. That is an incredible stat for me. And as much as I understand it, because I don't really see where the challenge is going to come from. Once again, he is using that back-end jaw of that left corner for the second time there, very much to the maximum limit. So if he's going to be trying to go for the reds into the left corner, once again, I mean, he's missed a black like that in the third frame, which seemed to have cost him quite badly. Right now, let's see if he's going to have a more straightforward line towards a 3-1 of a deficit for Liam Highfield to try and overcome. And it's very good under pressure. He certainly is. You always feel like he's not even feeling the pressure, but as I say, in his recent interview, he has said that he always feels the pressure, especially when he's walking slowly. It's just the way for him to try and handle that pressure and make sure he's going to be getting himself back under control. But as I say, this is exactly the position that he would have liked to see himself with, which is exactly why Highfield should have never found himself in the position of, conceding a chance like that. So once again, about to take this black away into the left corner. Make sure he's going to be lined up with a break of 32 points here. And once again, he's got 3 of those that he's made already. And he's about to take one of them to be a break of 33 points. Needs a huge bounce of the cue ball. He doesn't want to be straight here, because that will leave him with only a shot to the middle to be played. Unless he wants to try and make contact with the red on the black ball cushion, which is not going to be nice for you to be doing. Can he try and get around the whole thing here? Oh, he did get a little bit of a touch. Has he managed to get lucky with that one? Nope, is the answer. Nope, is the answer at all. So, he's got 3 reds. Could have easily potted either one of them. But now, because he's probably going to have someone close to a touch and ball to the red, could have been played into the middle. It's going to be difficult for him to try and get this red into the corner. Yeah, he's straight away, he's got his eyes full of that shot. Is he going to be able to get that red in? He will. It's a really good shot there. Even though if he's going to be on the wrong side of a blue, remember, he's got a red over the top end of the table there. So that's going to be certainly a get out of jail card there for Zhao. If Liam shows patience, he would win over Zhao. Zhao played badly, not in his mood for now. But once again, it's going to be down to, Zhao trying to get his game up to a whole new level, because you could say he's not playing well. Right now, he's a massive favourite for a 3-1 of a, gap in favour of Liam Highfield as well. And look at the points that he scored, and that's him not playing well. You can only imagine what's it going to be if he is going to start to be playing well out there, because he's managed to score twice as many points as Liam Highfield, despite, you could say 3 of those opening frames have been very close out there. This one included. It may not look like this from the score sheet, but the chances that Highfield had, the fact that he only scored 6 points out of it, is baffling to me. Right now, it's 47 points of a difference in favour of Zhao, about to take another red into the middle, and carefully playing that cue ball nicely through the gap, in between the pink and those reds. 48 points of a difference, so 67 at the table. Let's have a look, by the way, how Zhang and Mark Cullen are doing on the other table. And Mark Cullen is about to, I mean, I've been saying that he's about to win the frame for 3 frames out there, because every single time I look at the position, it seems like he's only a couple of shots away. Now he's on a break of 9 points and looking to try and finish the job off. Make it 2 frames each in on the second table. And surely now 3 frames to 1 on table number 1 here. Only 1 more shot needed after this trade. So a red and a collar, and then Zhao is going to be positioned perfectly well for 3-1 of a deficit to be lined up there for Highfield, despite it could have easily been a story reverse there. Highfield could have easily taken 3 of those frames, apart from the second one, where it was a frame to lose for Zhao. And, sorry, but starting to play better. Watch, yes, exactly, as I say, it's going to be all down to Zhao just trying to go through that grinding phase. You know, there's going to be a little bit of pressure on him, especially for the first time that he's played in 2 weeks or something. He didn't have to play qualifiers, which I actually feel like it was a bit of the advantage to him last season, because it gives you that, you know, match fitness, much sharpness, and it gives that practice for you to be very much on the way. Certainly not going to be shy in practice here. A break of 76 points, the highest break of the match by a bit of a margin there if you compare it to Highfield's performance. He's not going to be coming back to the table before the start of the second mini session. So for now, it is all down to, are we going to see the first of many century breaks there from Zhao? Then he plays fast like a rocket. When they get in that groove, it's over exactly. 127 he's going for potentially. Make that 125 as he takes the blue into the left middle. But it's probably going to be down to this red to be taken here along the black wall cushion. And that's going to be the difference in him making a century and avoiding to make that. Rolls that red nicely, using the jaws once again to great extent. Steve 6-3 for section. Well, he's going to be down to, I don't know why I said 6-2 by the way, because I would have said 7-2. Because of course it is going to be 9 frames to be played in the first session. But yeah, as I say, I would say 7-2 before the match has started. And I'll probably keep that right now because, you know, if Highfield is unable to make it past the single frame, despite Zhao clearly being out of his depth during a couple of those shots, then he's certainly going to struggle to try and take that when Zhao is going to be in full flow. And watch that, it is still going to happen, I guarantee you, because even though he's been far below average, he's about to make it a century break here and make it surely the first of many on Zhao count. Despite it being such a slow start to this frame, he could still be lined up with a great break of 123 points here. Yep, here we go, exactly. And as I say, it's going to be the start of something really special there potentially, because Crucible Curse or not, Zhao is not going to be losing this match unless something bizarre happens. And so far, we haven't seen anything that would make you assured of that, because now it is going to be a break of 123 from Zhao to make that first session to end in style. And look at that, he's pretty much scored in a single frame there. He's pretty much scored as many of those points as Liam Highfield has managed in the previous 3 frames. It's now going to be down to 3 for Zhao and Liam Highfield to be on 1 of those frames won. 15 minutes of the intermission on table number 1 and pretty much alongside table 2 as well. And then we're going to be back to see if Zhao is going to be taking himself 1 step closer towards breaking that Crucible Curse and getting himself through to the second round to try and play either Dave Gilbert or Ding Junhui.
Turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Oh, no.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 for you.
Suck me in smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with a nasty bite. I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Suck me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with a nasty bite. In the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Right then, and we're back everyone to the second mini session of the match in between Zhao and Liam Highfield. As you can see, we've got 147 of those points to be scored by Liam Highfield and 340 of those to be scored by Zhao Zington. Zington has scored 123 in the previous frame on his way towards the intermission, and after now, a really good safety shot there from Liam Highfield. You know, Zington manages to respond with his own safety shot that proves him out of the snooker escape. So Highfield is now going to try and plan that cue ball to be onto the black ball cushion. Seems like it's going to be a little bit short in the pace. Well, I say a little bit short in the pace. Could have some severe consequences if Zington is able to get through to this red towards the left middle, because this is one of those shots to nothing, you know. Wow, this could have easily gone in favour of Liam Highfield, but now let's see if Zhao can try and leave that cue ball to be alongside the black. This is going to be close. It's going to be really close. And it's going to be a fantastic shot there from Zhao Zington. What a horrible blunder that was from Liam Highfield. But what a shot that is from Zhao Zington. And look at that position on the black. Never going to give anything away unless he missed that red onto the backhand jaw, which he made sure he didn't do. And now Zhao Zington could be on for a charge here of another high-scoring break. And this is what I mean. Sometimes with Highfield, you have to be realizing that you're in this position where Zington is not playing well. Last thing you want to do is give him those easy chances, especially when on the previous shot, it looked like he was the one to be under control of the position. So once again, Zhao Zington there just asking the referee to clean the white. Meanwhile, Zhang Anda and Mark Allen, the match has also got back underway. 2 frames each at that point, and now Zhang is going to be the one pressurizing Allen into, you know, a 3-2 of a deficit there. 9 frames should be played at the first session, but of course you never quite know if that's going to be the case with, you know, the second session starting at 2:30. I mean, the second round of matches, to be fair, because the second session of the match in between Zhao Zington and Liam Highfield will be today in 7 o'clock, I should say, in the PM. That's a horrible shot there from Zhao Zington. And he doesn't seem to realise what's going on there himself. I mean, let's have a look at this again. Ooh, I can see there. So, as he was trying to play that cue ball into the reds, it's a shot that you play with backspin. But as he was applying that backspin, there was a red that came in the way of the cue ball. And instead of accelerating that backspin and go all the way towards the left-hand side, you know, that red that has gone in the way of the cue ball blocked all the momentum. And now it is going to be 17 points of the advantage in favour of Zhao Zington. But that will be the end, unfortunately, of the break. And he's forced to play it safe. So once again, as I say, just not firing no cylinders for now. But still, you know, very comfortable position when it comes to being able to control the way that this match has gone. And now 3-1 up and 17 points clear as well in frame number 5. Another great thing you have to say about Zington is that he doesn't really find himself so far in this match, you know, on too many of those occasions. He doesn't find himself in too many of those occasions where he misses shots there and he leaves away a chance to hide it. He's been like that throughout a couple of times, especially in the frames number 3 and the frames number 2, frames number 1, I should say, frames number 1 and 3. But in 2 and 4, you know, he got 2 opportunities and he's managed to have 188 points scored combined there, 123 and 65. So certainly not a bad effort there for him. And, you know, you take those 2 frames, even without the other 2, which he still managed to get 50% of those to be won, he would have still been lined up with a 2-all draw, and now still by far the favourite to try and take this match to go all the way in his favour. The problem for Highfield now, the further he gets, the more issues he's going to have there, not just for the scoreline, which already doesn't look to be too nice for him, but at the end point, if he's not going to be able to try and take this, you know, in the first session, then what are the chances that he's going to be able to do that, despite him having all the match sharpness and fitness there, when Zhao Zington is going to get inevitably those frames on the ball. He's going to get the feel of the cloth, he's going to get the feel of the pockets as well, and then you'll certainly realise then that it's going to be all down to just him trying to perform his best game. That's an opportunistic shot there by Highfield, and he's going to cost him. The question is, how many points is it going to cost him? Because certainly a couple should be the answer here, because Zhao Zington is going to be coming back to the table here and trying to take this red onto the right corner. The red is going to be quite far away from the corner pocket. Wow, he's played that shot with so much power, which I feel like he didn't really have to do. And somehow, he's missed that red. He was going to be on the black, but now it's going to be a whole different scenario. Somehow managed to get around the red, which, of course, he would have left out away for Liam Highfield. And now, you can see unforced errors, 4 of those from Zhao. Highfield there nearly missing out on the red, which surely would have taken the absolute mic out there. Yeah, using the entirety of the pocket. But to be fair, I was going to say that it gives him a better angle on the black, but it doesn't. It just forces him to play this shot with loads of screw back onto the right side, I should say. And has he played this shot well enough? Well, he's overplayed for it, which is not a bad thing, because if you've played for one red, you're going to have another one to be available into the left middle. So for now, just probably still going to settle for the red closer to the black here, because the last thing that he wants is to try and lose that cue ball control and take it over to the black and take it over to the blue, take it over to the brown, make it a mix there. For now, he wants to try and stay on the black ball spot as long as he can, because look at that, there's 5 reds already taken out, 10 of them to be available, 1 of them to be on the right side cushion. So you feel like, if he's going to be able to save the remaining 9 of them, then certainly he's going to be able to get 1 of those frames back. The problem is, we nearly avoided a disaster there, because he could have easily touched one of those reds that couldn't afford to touch. That would have put the cue ball right out of game for all the remaining reds, but in the end, he manages to play a nice little shot into the cluster, and the red that he's managed to miss is about to be taken into the corner, although, the fact that he has to bridge over another red doesn't really help his case. He plays that one really well. The fact that he's played it into a harder pocket certainly helps, because now he gets himself with the angle on the cue ball to try and get that one off the left side. And carefully play this shot for the black. Once again, the players do certainly love to be using that back-end jaw on the left corner, especially when they take it with the black there. Zhao done that on at least 2 of those occasions, plus 1 more where he actually missed the black altogether in frame number 3. A starter of followed to be an absolute sequence of errors there by both of those parties. And there's going to be the break of 25 points there to be made by Highfield. Still getting 3 more easy reds to be taken, all sort of on the left and the right part of the paint. And then he's going to have 4 more reds as the main cluster still to be intact, which you'll have to surely play into the bunch off to try and get them to spread out across the table. And hopefully for himself to be lined up on at least 1 or 2 of those. Still, as it stands, he finds himself 13 points clear with 91 on the table. So not too many of those points that he's actually going to need to try and take this one all the way. Probably something like, 3 reds. If he leaves those at the table, that leaves you with 51 points that Zhao can score. To be fair, he does leave him with 68 in total. But for now, 14 is not going to be too bad either of the advantage. And of course, Zhao needs to be making sure. He has had a bit of a form like that in the last year's World Championship, so I wouldn't panic just yet and say that he's going to be completely out of his depth and the odds for him to be winning the world title should skyrocket. They shouldn't, because it was always going to be the case. And I feel like he's just a bit of a demonstration object he is, because when you feel like Trump against Wilson or Sullivan against Watchalong, when you have Wilson against Moody, I feel like all of these players are going to have the similar sort of story, especially in the first session. Like if you were talking about the second session, I could sort of understand it, because you've got 9 frames under your belt and you do expect to play a little bit better than what he's had so far. But because he's had 4.5 frames and he's managed to win 3 out of the opening 4, I certainly wouldn't say that there is no reason for panic at all there. If anything, he's actually managing to deal with the situation pretty well whilst not playing well, which is always a really good sign for you to be doing, especially at the early part of the World Championship. Because if you look at the matches that he's had against Elias Lesser, against Li Beifan, and against Lonzo Hyun last season, don't really, on paper, it doesn't really come across as the matches that you would experience most issues with, but that was the case for him. Is there a possibility that Ronnie will face Zhao based on their grouping? They will face each other potentially in the semi-finals, as it was last season. Now, it's a very important shot for Highfield, and it seems like it's going to be a centimetre to the right, centimetre to the right, to the left, but his reaction probably tells you that he found himself on the wrong side of things, and he has just about unable to get through to this raid. And, well, he's going to be frustrated. Is he going to play safe here? Not sure. He needs to. To me, he needs to do that because, you know, as much as he's going to be just putting the red in the colour, it's not easy for you to get on the colour. So if he takes this shot into the middle, there's not going to be any escape from that. Ooh, I mean, just about. He caught the front jaw a little bit, and he's had the pace on that shot, but, you know, he didn't catch too much of it, so it's a really good shot there from Highfield. And, you know, when you take those risky shots on, now just looking at the black as well, he's managed to minimize the angle well, but still, with those pockets being a little bit tighter than he would have liked them to be. And it's a really nice shot there, so recovered fully there. They're mating last for last year, am I right? Yes. And as a Ronnie fan, I'm going to say no, because that match is going to be erased from my memory. It was probably the worst I've ever seen him play. And, well, certainly the worst I've ever seen him play in Sheffield. You know, I always remember that match that he played against Murphy in the Rio Championship this season, but that was first to 4, and it was in a nothing tournament. But, you know, whether it was a tip issue, I always said it's you know, himself to blame. If you feel like you should be changing your tip there, then you can't really excuse it. Well, I've changed the tip as an excuse, because you should have realised if you're going to change it midway through the session, and he's played the first session really well. He was leading 4 frames to 2 or something before Zhao managed to find 2 fantastic breaks and bring it back to 4-all. And then I'm pretty sure he's lost out something like 8 frames on the bounce, and 4-all turns into 12-4. So yeah, it's a horrible performance. But this is what happens if you play an informed Zhao Ting. Just ask Trump in the Tour Championship. Just ask Williams in the last year's World Championship. Just ask Higgins at the Players Championship. The list goes on. The only player for me that is going to be smiling at this stat is going to be Karen Wilson, because I'm pretty sure they haven't played each other this season. Well, at least that I can remember. May have been at the Champion of Champions, but I'm not too sure. But, yeah, of course, the only meeting that I can remember was 10-5 of a win for Karen Wilson. Fantastic performance in the Shanghai Masters, especially at the second session, where he left out no chance at all for Zhao Ting. Now then, it's a frame ball taken, and this is a lot more like it from Liam Highfield. This is what got him into the Crucible. And I'll tell you what, as much as I said, 3 out of the opening 4 for Zhao Ting is not too bad. 2 out of 5 for Liam Highfield is not too bad either. And can he try and make it a century break as well to respond to that break of 123 points from Zhao Ting in the previous frame? Doesn't want to be straight in the ping though, because the only thing standing in between himself and the century, he's going to be a red onto the right side rail. But listen, that red that he's taken into the left middle, it was a bit of a bad shot that he's played in relation to the split, because I felt like he didn't really get enough of the power on the cue ball. Yeah, he's left himself with an awkward shot now to be played, especially with how bad his rest spot success has been. I'd probably say he's break over. But you never quite know, or especially with him trying to screw back for the blue. Surely he's got no chance of making this one in. There you go, the perfect jinx has worked. I honestly made that for a reason. Fantastic shot there from Highfield, and now just looking to try, well, it's too straight on the blue here, so hopefully he's going to be able to reverse that cue ball and just stun it for the yellow. Seems to have done a decent job there, and with a little bit of left-hand side, you should be using that ball cushion to full extent for him to be lined up for the green. So yeah, Zhao Ting against Watchalong could certainly be a possibility. Oh, come on, Liam, you have to do better than that. 86 points of a break. He misses the yellow. Unfortunately, it won't be a century break, but still, it's a fantastic break there for Highfield to make amends when it matters. It's now Zhao Ting that leads by 3 frames to 2, but Highfield manages to bring himself back into equation again and scored 86 points, which is not too far away from how many he scored in the previous 4 frames. And a really good break there from Liam, and some real good pots there as well. Couldn't be a century break, but still. By the way, Zhang Anda and Mark Cullen are completely, you know, following us with a script in relation to 3-2 in favour of player from China. And of course, he's going to be technically the underdog. But I did say Zhang will win that match for me, 10-6 against Alan. Never been a huge fan of Alan's form this season. Yes, I know he's been playing pretty well at the Whole Nation Series, but apart from that, not really. And, you know, the Tour Championship, he's lost in the first round. In the Players Championship, I can't really remember him. In the World Open, can't really remember him either. Welsh Open, same thing. just had a very, very quiet end to the season, and Zhang has opened the score sheet in the 6th frame as well. Zhang needs to open up the gap though, because even though you see, incredible stat there by the way, 3 breaks of 50 plus for Zhang Anda, 2 century breaks, 0 breaks of 50 plus for Alan. Wow, that is incredible. In the first 5 frames of the cruiser, I know he had a break of 48 in the first one, which he managed to win, and apart from that he had a 41, and now he's lost out 2 frames with a scoreline to 0, which doesn't tell you a whole good about him. But yeah, for me, as I say, just quickly before we have got, I'm going to be having 2 underdogs, which is going to be a huge thing of an underdog, but still, Fang Jingyi and Si Xiaowei. One of them, I genuinely reckon, can try and make it at least into, I'm not going to say at least into the semis, because that's a long way, but at least into the quarterfinals, I would expect Si Xiaowei to get, because if he plays against Wafei like I feel like you do, then he's going to be a real threat to stop, because I don't really understand all the hype against Hussein. Yes, he's played a couple of good matches, but I mean, realistically, you have to look at the opposition for it, and if you've seen the fantastic performance of Michael Subarchuk, you may forget that he's 14 years of age, 15 now. You know, he was 2 matches away from the Crucible, yes, but I mean, defeating Gao Yang wasn't that much of an achievement to me anyway, because if you look at the players that he's managed to defeat, but anyway, I'm not downplaying him anything out there. He can try and show it against Si Xiaowei, and if he wins against him, then he's going to be a real threat against either Gary Wilson or Jut Chump as well. But for now, it is Si Xiaowei for me in the 2nd round, and I'm very surprised that so few people are actually heading for that as well, because to me, it's a no-brainer that. But maybe I'm missing a script there. Someone that is not missing a script is going to be Zhao Xington. Fantastic long range, just needs that cue ball to slow down. To me it will, and to him it will as well. Brilliant shot there, fantastic in terms of the cue power and the position of the cue ball as well. 2 from 3 breaks. Attempts conceded from the break there, 3 out of 3 breaks, and 2 from 3 breaks. Well, this is an interesting shot there, because I was thinking about the breaks as you make a 60 or 70, but of course it's going to be break-off shots there. So you can see 3 times Liam Highfield had a break-off, and twice that I remember, Zhao Xington has managed to pot a long red after it. So clearly, he's had another attempt and missed out on the 3rd attempt. But now, Zhao has got a great chance to try and re-establish his 2-frame lead by making a significant break of his own now. Yeah, right now he's going to have a perfect position very much at his disposal. In relation to the reds, it's very important to specify, because I can't see if the black is going to be possible into the left corner. To me, it's not going to be from this angle, but you know, the fact that he has got the ping to be available, I'm not too sure. I'm going to stick with my original view now, because how far away he's played that cue ball for. Clearly was playing for the black, but it's too far even for the black, you know. So, I'll tell you what, this is anything but easy. I don't know why on earth he was trying to play that cue ball with so much power there. Surely he had to be closer to the black, and yeah, it's a really good recovery shot that. Gave a little bit of a brush towards the red. I'm not even sure where that brush came from. I want to see that on the replay, but was that the wind? How on earth the red next to the black moved? Because surely if the black caught that red, then it would have been nowhere near the pocket. But anyway, it may have just been an illusion of the camera. I don't know why on earth I'm not doing the score sheet again. Apologies for that. And there we go. 16 points, and he's about to be taking the black, which he ran himself a little bit short for. But once again, a fantastic recovery. And Stephen Hendry was doing the interview about it, where he was saying he was leaving himself with loads of angle on the black for purpose, but now of course he says it's going to be way too risky for you to be doing that. But Stephen could do pretty much whatever he wanted with the opposition that he had, but also with how much of a different class he was to the remainder of the field. As much as Zhao Xington is going to be classified in the pretty much the same group in relation to what he's had to achieve this season, the only player that managed to win 3 tournaments, all of them to be ranking events. Of course, one, I'm going to say exhibition, because that's what it is to me in Saudi Arabia. But let's have a look at this one. Appearances 4 in the Crucible. Debut in 2019. Matches that he's played, he's managed to win 6, lost 2. Centuries 10, highest break 142. Won one of those finals. So I just want to take a look at it. Debut in 2019. Of course, that's going to be in the main draw. And matches, 6 that he's won, 2 that he's lost. How many matches do you win to win the World Championship? 1 in the first round. 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so before that World Championship triumph, he only had 1 win in 3 matches at the Crucible, which is still not bad for your UK champion, but, you know, so, ooh, that's a horrible shot there. I don't know what happened there. I mean, the trademark Zhao Xington, which never seems to go wrong, of trying to split the reds from the black, and yeah, he just didn't get enough power on it. The cue ball gave it a little brush, and then it's sort of like, the thing about that shot is you can see that half of the spin kicked in at the phase that he needed it, and then the other half has kicked in by the point where the cue balls have already got past those reds, so a bit of a weird one, but I feel like that probably was down to him not playing a perfect shot in relation to the cue ball positioning for the black. So now, there's going to be that cue ball that keeps running to the top end of the table. Has he played this one well enough? Well, I'll tell you what, for me, he's played this one perfectly well, because he pushed one of those reds to be over the corner, and now he's going to be down to one of those reds that he can try and take into the corner to be covered up by the yellow there. So Highfield is going to be in trouble. He hasn't got any of those reds that are going to be super close to the side cushion. So if anything, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for an all or nothing shot next to the pink for one of those reds. And this is exactly what he's thinking about, because if he's going to lose a red out, he may as well try and go for a long red himself. Because I know Zhao Xington managed to get that cue ball safe in behind the yellow, but he had pretty much full control over it because of the previous shot that he had. Now it's going to be a different story for Highfield, and he's going to fluke that red. Wow. And at the local club, you say that you meant it. At the World Championship, you put your hand up, and you certainly put your head very low there to the ground, because you're going to be a little bit embarrassed, but you certainly take that as Liam Highfield. What a plan that is. Cannons one of those reds into the second, and then flukes the first. Wow, has he messed this one up? This is going to be redemption. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is exactly the way. And look at the crowd's reaction there, acknowledging that. Referee can't believe it. Basically what he's done, he's fluked the red, and then he's trying to make a rookie mistake out there, but the luck has swung against him. So trying to roll towards the brown, it didn't have enough power. And in the end, Zhao Xington certainly will take that fluke and turn it into his favour. As I'm not sure if it may actually be the first foul shot of the match, as there's 4 points to be given away to Zhao Xington. But, well, what do you do here? Because it's bad enough when you have got a 50 points of a gap. And Zhao Xington was in his position now. Highfield finds himself 50 points behind and still looking to be snookered in behind the same brown there that he was playing for. So what's he going to be? As you can see there, the world number 92 against the top seeded player. Incredible stuff there, but remember, it's exactly the story that Zhao Xington had last season. And nobody told you that he can't be you this season there. The likes of Anthony Kowalski, the likes of Liam Pullen, the likes of Stan Moody, the debutants of the Crucible, are all going to be looking at that story and saying that as much as it probably won't happen, you know, probably the same thing that would have been said when Zhao Xington rolled onto the scene and managed to defeat Elias Lesser in the Judgment Day. And look at that. You can see there, I'm not sure who that gesture was aimed towards, but it may have been towards the referee calling a foul on him, but he only has himself to blame. You know, he nearly threw a cue at him, but, you know, it's a rookie mistake that you should certainly be able to avoid there. When you try and roll up to the colour, make sure you don't play that with too little power. And now, 2 minutes later, he still finds himself looking to try and swerve around the brown to hit the left side. Well, it's almost like he's going to look for a benchmark, but of course, right now, with 91 points at the table, Zhao Xington is certainly going to be asking for this one to be put back, and this is an absolutely perfect shot there from Liam Highfield, because he's literally managed to complete snooker, then he's gone on a complete failure, and then he's had a fantastic shot again, because the plant with a fluke was absolutely extraordinary. Then the horrible shot in behind the brown, and now look at this for an escape. He hasn't left a single inch away to Zhao Xington, and you know, 50 points or not, it's still going to be a really good chance there for Highfield to try and win the frame with the way that the remaining 91 points are positioned. 6 colours, all to be on their spots. Apart from the black, it's really easy to get on either one of those. The black can be possible, especially into the left corner, but you do need a really good positioning on it as well. Oh, I said he hasn't left anything. I forgot that his name is Zhao Xington. He can find something out of absolutely nothing, and that was a shot and a half. That was 2 shots and a half. Look at that, the cue ball. I mean, I'm going to put that into perspective. The cue ball is alongside the pink. The cue ball is alongside the pink spot. The red is higher than the cue ball. He's caught that one into the right corner. Once again, the cue ball is positioned alongside the pink spot. Around, I don't know, third of the table away from the cue ball is the red that you can cut into the right corner, but the red is higher on the table than the cue ball is. That is absolutely extraordinary of a shot. That is genuinely, you know, that red that Bruxelles managed to cut against Zhao in the 22nd frame in the semi-final into the middle. To me, that one is more difficult to do because, first of all, it's still done at the point of a frame where Highfield can win this one. But what a shot that was. I mean, what a sequence of shots. What a fantastic fluke that was from Highfield. Then he manages to make a blunder of all blunders. Then he manages to escape a snooker. And then Xington still says, well, I know you've done well. You haven't done well enough to shut me down. And now it's going to be a frame ball to be taken into the corner. And yeah, about to be taking the black into the left part of the table as well. Wow, that... I still can't believe what the shot that he's played on that red. Absolutely extraordinary there. Where's the video? It's at the same place where the audio is, not here. If you're looking for the game, filling a gap in the market here, especially given how detailed and informed the commentary is. Thank you. No worries, as I say, it's what we've been waiting for 9 months in. The season has been great, it's been full of entertainment, but we certainly are going to be missing out on something like this. The great action, the great entertainment, the great performance and the great drama. So far, this match, you know, had a bit of a slow starter at the starting point of it, with the first couple of frames to be quite boring out there for different reasons. Highfield just didn't seem like he was up to the standard, but now, you know, Highfield managed to get himself back up to speed in the 5th frame with a fantastic break of 86 points. Clearly, for Zhao Xington to respond. And look at that for that red. I mean, that is absolutely extraordinary. Look at the cue ball as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cushions. I mean, that is absolutely out of this world. That shot may already make the best shot of the tournament highlight. And it may even be in top 5, you know. And it's only been the first 6 frames that he's played. And he still probably didn't get himself out of the 3rd gear. And he's going to be like a Formula 1 car. He's got around 8 of those. So now he's not going to be able to make a century break, unfortunately. Because he started the break whilst being 50 points clear. So unless you're Ronnie O'Sullivan and you make a 153... it's impossible for you to be making a century break, but still it's going to be a rock-solid break of 49 points and counting, which puts it 3rd highest break, as you can see on the screen, of Zhao Xington's match so far. So now it's going to be just carefully taking this yellow towards its own pocket. A little bit of backspin there on the green, and now a straightforward 5 colour. I say it's straightforward. I don't know why he's getting the rest out. I know he's not necessarily the tallest player, but... you know, the cue will look like it was going to be positioned perfectly for the green. It doesn't really matter. He's taking the green on still, but... by the way, ignore the factor of points left 43. It's now down to 22. I don't know why that's gone like that. But it ain't going to matter because Highfield won't make his way back onto the table until the 7th frame. And of course, remember, after we've seen a frames worthy of 40 minutes or something, it's now going to be very much 2 quick fire frames there. One to be won by Highfield of making a break of 86 points. And now a break of 77 if he makes a total clearance, plus 50 at the starting point of it. Zhao Xington is certainly here to play. And 2 of the 3 highest breaks made so far in the match have been made in frames number 5 and 6. 77 by Zhao Xington and 86 by Liam Highfield. Certainly great show there for the fans. And now it is still Zhao Xington that gets himself back to have that 2-frame cushion to be restored. He now leads Liam Highfield by 4 frames to 2. This is a lot more like it. This is a lot more like it out there. Jaganda and Mark Allen were finally managing to get ahead of them. Allen and Jaganda still battling away for the 6th frame. Zhang leads 3 frames to 2, but right now he's going to be 23 to 44 behind with how many points at the table? 75 points. That's incredible that. You very rarely see such a weird scoreline of 44 place 23. So clearly, not all of those shots have been taken with the blacks, but still somehow it's 75 points at the table. So in total, if someone was to make a break of 75 points right now, it could be up to 144 points of a clearance there. 142 points altogether out there. So fair play. But yeah, that was always going to be the issue for Highfield. As much as it's not fair, you would feel, but that was always going to be the harsh reality where, you know, if you allow Zhao to have that 2 frame of a lead, he may not allow you to be within the touching distance again, because he's always going to have that ability to win 1 in 2 of those frames and find himself to be on the winning side of things again here, because all of a sudden, for Highfield to win this one, and I know we're talking about only the first session here, but he needs to win 3 frames on a bounce without Zhao responding with a single frame win. And I'm not going to say it's impossible, but you're really going to see a world where at least 3 times out of 10, Liam Highfield is going to be able to have that demolition of a job on Zhao, because he surely would expect Zhao to be playing some horrible snooker at that stage. And we're now going to be down to the last 90 minutes, by the way, of the play, because remember, there is going to be an afternoon session of Mark Williams against Anthony Kowalski. So we're going to have the finalist and the winner of the World Championship of 2025 to be playing today. And then Williams against Kowalski is going to be starting at 2:30. So this match, of course, has to be finished by then, with probably around 15 minutes of a cushion as well. For now, it's a break-off shot. We've seen the stat there from Zhao. So far, out of the previous 3 break-off shots, he's had 2 attempts to be given away by Highfield. And now, it seems like he's left one to the left corner. But the question is the cue ball going to travel towards that red and try and take it towards the left corner? The answer is probably yes, but there is going to be another variable into it. You have to try and get past the black, because if you catch the black, you're not going to have any chance of, unless it's going to be a minute touch or something, you're not going to be able to be on the color, especially other than the black, unless you try and take this shot all the way. And well, this is going to force you to try and put some side spin on it, which makes the shot even harder. Which you can see there, his reaction, he's just feeling like he's a little bit overwhelmed with how many things he needs to be doing there. I just make this red right. So at this stage, you probably have to say it's going to be down to just try and play it safe from here. And you can see what a contrasting, you know, first 6 frames that we've seen there. 19 seconds per shot on Zhao, 32 seconds for Liam Highfield. Pretty much, I'm not going to say twice as much, but it is pretty much 80% higher there from Highfield's point of view. And, well, I feel like he sort of realised that that was the wrong shot to play, and he still played it, which is beyond me for a reason there. Because, I mean, why on earth would you do that? He hasn't managed to get the red in. He hasn't managed to avoid the contact on the black. So even if one of those things would have been there, had he landed on the black, had he potted the red, right now, look at where the black is finished. It's nowhere near the cue ball. He's not on the pink, he's not on the blue, and the red wasn't even too close into the pocket there. So, I mean, the only good thing for Highfield is that he hasn't left anything easy for Xington to try and get him started with, because, you know, you can try and take the red into the corner, but he needs to hit the shot with full power. And even then, I mean, it's a good effort, to be fair, because he may still be on the pink here, which I feel like he's going to be down to luck a little bit, but I feel like he probably didn't have to push that shot through the cue ball so much. I mean, I'm surprised that he managed to do it off 2 cushions, but he probably would have had to just try and roll that cue ball off 2 cushions towards the pink rather than try and make contact with it. But to be fair, he's still got a chance, but this pink is going to be difficult to be taking, especially with how tight the pockets are, and he's managed to take it. Backhand draw once again, being his nicest friend, but the pink and the referee are not going to be his nicest friend right now, because, you know, the red, that probably could have been the only one that could have taken there into the left corner, is now going to be behind the pink. Well, do you go for this risky red to be taken here into the corner? Surely the answer has to be no. But the problem for you to be saying no to this one, what's the alternative? Because the safety here is going to be super difficult for you to try and perform, because, you know, the red that is the most dangerous is the one that Zhao can't see. Therefore, he can't play a safety of it. Therefore, he needs to try and get that cue ball safe in relation to this dangerous red. So you may as well go for this red, to be fair, into the right corner. exactly the opposite to the one that he can't see into the yellow pocket. But the problem is, it doesn't really end there. If he was just to try and roll this red in, then it would have been half of an issue. I'm still not too sure if he's actually going for it, or he's going to try and play a safety shot out of it, because, well, he has tried to go for it. That was a risky shot if I've seen one. Let's see if he's left anything away to Highfield. Well, he certainly has, into the left corner. And I'm pretty sure he's left the shot into the... He may have left the shot into the left middle. I'm not too sure about that one, but certainly has got a chance to be taking a red into the left part of the table here. And yeah, I can understand why Zhao was taking that shot in, because he couldn't play anything safe. But at the same time, you know, surely the same red could have been just taken full in the face. Leave that cube exactly where the red is, so that you can't give away that dangerous red over the yellow pocket to Highfield, and then just ask him to be the one trying to figure out on what's the best for him to try and play a safety from. But a really nice shot there, Liam. Manages to be lined up for the black here. About to be taken into the corner, and yeah, so 6 points as the difference. So it's not going to be anything that he needs to keep an eye on, but yeah, just the factor of, you know, he would have loved to have a straightforward black here, but he needs to try and bridge over those couple of reds. Yeah, I feel like the thing that makes it a lot more difficult is the factor of he needs to be getting the backspin here, or topspin. Well, topspin is going to be so risky because of how much pace on the cue ball there has to be, but it's probably the only thing that he can do. You can't be playing a backspin shot when you have to bridge over 3 reds there. He's played this one really well there. Topspin tried to play it for the red on the black ball cushion. So then, 1 point is the advantage here, in the advantage of Liam Highfield is going to be down to the factor of not just the points, but the fact that he's got the chance. Ooh, once again, he is tempting the fade there. The red caught the front jaw there, which is absolutely a dead end for you at the Crucible, but because of how close the red was to the corner pocket, and because of how well he's managed to play the previous shot, it allowed him to get away with it. And if anything, you probably have to put that down to doing that on purpose, because of how little of a chance there was for him to miss the red like that. But at the same time, he opens up a little bit more of the angle for the black, which once again, he needed the entirety of the pocket for. So just leaving out a chance, as you can see, still pretty much double on total points that he scored in comparison to Zhao. Zhao is already close to 500, and Leo has just managed to hit a milestone of 250 of those, so exactly on a quarter. So 10 points clear, and you feel like those reds that he's got available to him will take him to around 50 points of an advantage with 75 at the table, but it's going to be a similar story to the thing that we've seen in the 5th frame, where it could be down to a single break of 86 points like he had in that frame, where he could be down to just trying to do that in turns, and whatever he does, he must realize that his mistake cannot come from a pot success mistake. If he's going to be running himself out of position, then of course it doesn't sound nice for you, but still, at least you're going to have a chance to play a safety shot. I feel like if this position is to get into the hands of Zhao, you may as well just take a 5-2 of a deficit now, and just make sure you're not going to be giving him too much of the table time to practice, because, as I say, every single break like 77 like he's had in the previous frame, or 123 that he's had to finish off the first mini session with, he's certainly going to be getting him closer to getting that form, which inevitably got him to be who he is right now, the world champion and the winner of the UK. Remember, it's not like he's had the very lucky draw, or he got himself as the lucky loser. He managed to work hard for it, and defeating from everyone from Kai Wai-chung to Lon Zhe-hyun to Elias Lesser. I can't remember the second match that he's played. Liu Haojiang actually it was, so it was 3 people from China and 1 of them from England. And yeah, it's a bad shot there from Liam. He needs to have the chance to try and take this red into the yellow pocket. He's not even looking towards it, which suggests to me he is going to be forced to be taking a risky red towards the left corner. Now, the cue ball should be automatically positioned for the black, but it depends on if he wants to try and hit this one with backspin. Oh, I mean, what on earth was that? It wasn't even close there, and that was a bit of a, I'm not going to say resignation, but that certainly was a bit of frustration there from Highfield. I mean, he's missed that shot by so much. that he almost feels like, why is he taking that one so quickly? 25 points is not going to cut it there for him. 107 still at the table, and exactly what I said. His mistake mustn't come from a pot success error. And the good news is he was playing for the black, and the only raid that Zhao has got available is the one alongside the black cushion, and he's taken 2 of those already, and he doesn't seem to have learned his lesson, you know, because he's missed the previous 2, and he's now going to miss the 3rd one as well. I mean, you know, when you say about Zhao and he makes those right comments in the interview, I genuinely don't feel like it is who he is. I feel like he is an improvement on Wu Yize, Chang Minyu, Si Xiaowei, Ding Zhiwei, in terms of he knows when to take and put it into reverse and use the brake pedal instead. Like, but still, that's going to be down to 20%. And then the other 80%, he just goes for it no matter what happens, because there was no reason to go for that red. You know, you don't win the frame with that shot because he doesn't automatically spread out the remaining reds. He puts you in a difficult position for the black. And now you need to realize you're 25 points behind. And also, you're going to be entering the stage of a match where I would actually expect you to be playing your best snooker rather than, you know, being the one that plays the underdog story, which I'm not going to say it's a concerning thing because he's still not even behind there and he's not even lost this frame here. But those short selections are the things that can potentially stop him from becoming the world champion twice. That if, once again, it is going to be down to if there is someone that can try and challenge the king. Because for now, and we've seen that in the World Championship last year, we've seen that so far in this season as well. To me, the only 2 players that have managed to beat him fair and square in those type of matches have been Wu Yize, both of those, by the way, in the semi-finals. Wu Yize in Nanjing, in China, in the International Championship, and then 10 frames to 6 or 10 frames to 5, I can't really remember. And then 10 frames to 5 for Karen Wilson in the Shanghai Masters, the first tournament of the season, where it was 5 frames each, and then Wilson just found the 5th and the 6th gear for him to run away with it. Liam Highfield there played a bit of a bad shot, which is going to get him thinking. He's still all right to try and get this break going, but, you know, he's on the wrong side of a blue, so he needs to try and take that cue ball around the earth. And at the same time, he's had a shot like that when he caught the brown beforehand. It seems like he's played this one absolutely perfect. Look at that, the cue ball on a string, like a yo-yo that he bounces from the black from the ball cushion and perfectly lines up for the red. Fantastic shot there by Highfield. And now it's going to be a break of 12 points, but still, it's not going to be the thing that I feel like he's going to be the most important factor, is that he's got so many of those reds that he can try and take one by one without even making contact with the bunch. I can see the one closest to the left corner of the table that he can try and take into the right corner. And it's probably the red that he's going to try and position for right now. Yeah, play that off the left side. A big bounce, which probably suggests to me that he's going to go for something else. A red on the right-hand side of the pink, which allows you to just carefully try and play that shot with topspin. Make sure you just have that cue ball to be rolling through in a straight line and extend that lead from 45 to 46 points, whilst only leaving 75 at the table. So 68% still feel like Zhao Xingtong is going to be the one to win the World Championship. And I do wonder where the other 32 have come from. 14 for O'Sullivan, 10 for Trump, 8 for other. Wow. Who is the other then? Let me know. I mean, apart from those 3, I was going to say Selby, but then I was just going to say other, because it's genuinely difficult for me to say who's got more chance of winning this world title, Selby or Trump, because I wouldn't say either one's got great chance. Ooh, is that a mistake? Seems like he's going to be happy with it, but I'll tell you what, he didn't really need to give that red a bit of a nudge. You know, the red that I mentioned that he could have taken into the corner? He doesn't want to have one of those reds to be in the way there. He seems like he's fired up to be taking this one, but could have been a lot more straightforward had he just tried to roll that cue ball through. Is that going to be dropping in? It will. The pink is going to stay out, which is just about as important. And yeah, that was nervy. But once again, fine margin goes in favour of Highfield there. And the problem is he's going to be lined up pretty straight on the black here. And he's still, despite having 61 points of a point scored in this frame, he's still going to have a couple more shots to be taken. And the black is going to stay out. As said, he was way too straight on the black, which always leaves you with a potential temptation of trying to overplay for the black and forgetting to actually drop the colour in. That's exactly what happened, and Zhao Xingtong could try and make this one to be... What was that? He's saying Highfield there. Well, the answer is Zhao Xington to be back to the table for long, not for long. The first shot sees the end of him, and what was that now is going to be the words saying from Zhao Xington's point of view as well. That red was a lot more straightforward than the black that Highfield was taking, because he didn't have to do anything with it, but just try to overcut that one. An unforced errors, 7 from Highfield, 6 by Zhao Xington. And it does seem like the prediction of mine is going to be wrong already. I said 7-2, and he's about to be 4-3 here, so... You know, down to, what's it going to be? 3 more frames for us to be seeing. No, 2 more frames for us to be seeing. And then we'll have to wait and see on who's going to be the winner of those two. Because we could still see the incredible of Liam Highfield to be taking the lead against Zhao Xington. And I tell you what, that certainly is going to be some of a statement win. If his first win at the Crucible is to come... I don't know why I'm getting points to Zhao. Sorry about that. It's Highfield, of course, that he's at the table, taking the blue, and he's now got only 51 of those points available. So all down to just making a nice total clearance of 50 plus points if the pink is going to be cuttable into the right corner. I feel like it will be. He's out there doing a little bit of a wrist exercise, which he's not going to be able to do that on the table here, because right now he's had a really good 6th frame with a break of 77 points. But maybe a bit of a time for a tic-tac, you know, because... It's just a bit of a, you win 1 frame, I win 1 frame. Because if you look at the way that he's gone ever since the 4 frame, where Zhao Xington takes it, gets himself into 3-1 of a lead, Liam Highfield takes one, Zhao Xington takes one, Liam Highfield takes one again. So you feel like with the script, you should have Zhao Xington to be taking the next frame, but he's certainly not firing on all cylinders. And that means Highfield has got a potential room of his game to try and exploit, be the best form of himself that he can. And at that point onwards, he's still going to be a real threat for you to try and keep in mind of. Because for now, up until the end of this break, he's only had 150 plus break to be had there. And shalom from Brandon, South Dakota. Know what that is, so hello to you as well. And it's a really nice shot there from a red to be taken into the green pocket. But unfortunately, he's going to be on the wrong side of the blue. So still... I'm going to try and take that cue ball around the table. He's got the angle. Let's see if he's got the cue power. Doesn't want the cue ball to be drifting too close to the side cushion, of course. And the extra advantage for Highfield is that he's going to be trying to score more and more points here to, well, maximize his table time, but also try and keep Zhao Xington away to his chair for as long as he possibly can. Crucible Curse. Nah, absolutely. It's such a boring commentary, Crucible Curse. You know, he's, as I say, I always said his biggest problem is going to be the first round match, because he would not have played for 2 weeks. He just ended up on a high, which is always difficult for you to try and regroup and go again. And also, if you look at his interviews and his body language and the way that his character works, it's always down to pressure. As much as he doesn't show that, it's still going to be down to just trying to cope with the crowd, trying to cope with the expectation. Just look at the way that he's had the first part of the season to go for him. You know, didn't manage to get through to the final of the ranking event or the invitational, apart from that Saudi thing. And look at what he's done in the second part of the season. World Grand Prix final, won that thing. Players' Championship, won that thing. Tour Championship, destroyed Trump as well. By the way, fantastic break there of 46 points by Liam Highfield. Still not quite a 50 plus break, as he wasn't able to get himself lined up for the pain. But now it is going to be 4-3 of a deficit. No such thing as... Yeah, like, there may be. I'm not going to go that far, but for me, that's a load of nonsense, that, the Crucible Curse. And I really like that people are saying it's a Crucible Curse. Breaking news, Zhao Xington is leading this match 4 frames to 3, so you shouldn't really get ahead of yourself just because Highfield managed to win 2 out of the last 3 frames. Well, you know, you could say before that, Zhao Xington managed to win 4 out of the first 6. So, you know what? It's still going to be down to very much him to be in control of this match, at least for 1 more frame. Liam is being paid in the gearbox for Zhao. Yeah, but... He was never going to just turn up to the arena and wave a white flag out there. You know, as much as Karen Wilson done that, he's done that at the end of a match. Mark Williams throw the towel in against Watchalong previously in this season as well. But at the same time, you never do that before the match starts. And just because the underdog, it doesn't really mean anything. Because at the end point, you always could have yourself to be playing in the top form of your life. And you could have Zhao Xingtong to be struggling a little bit, which I still feel like I wouldn't say he's struggling, because I've seen Zhao Xingtong to struggle. When he struggles, he loses 5 or 6 frames of the bounce. Ask Wilson, both of them, by the way, because he's lost 3 frames of the bounce to Karen Wilson. Sorry, he lost 3 frames of the bounce to Guy Wilson in the last 16 of the World Open, the thing that cost him a meeting in the quarterfinals with Chipchaya. Then another Wilson in the Shanghai Masters, which I just mentioned, 5 frames of the bounce that he's lost. 5-5 turned into 10-5 of a loss. Weezer, not sure if that was too close at the starting point, but I'm pretty sure it was something like, 6 or 5-6, and then he loses 3-4 frames of the bounce, and that's all of a sudden, that's game over. Weezer is in the final. So, yeah, he certainly doesn't seem like he's bothered about it, so he's doing a little bit of yawning there, but he may be bored, yeah. But the best way for you to not be bored is, of course, try and get yourself back to the table, and Zhao smashes plays better after the first. So there you go. There's a little bit of common sense there. No need to be bringing this one back to the Crucible Curse. This is exactly why I said, if my prediction is right, Highfield's got absolutely no chance of coming back in the second session, because the damage has to be done in session number 1. And the best... Ooh, the final frame of the session there, which is a little bit surprising. Yeah, there you go. I was just about to say I'm a little bit surprised there, but Rob Spencer, seeing the funny side of it, he got confused there. Correction. The 8th frame. Nice to see that from the referee, seeing the funny side of it. Yeah, of course. What you're meant to have is 9 frames in the first session and then 10 in the second one. So we're seeing a bit of a confused face from Zhao Xingtong and Liam Highfield, and then, of course, Rob Spencer realising his mistake and saying, correction, the 8th frame of the session and not the final one. So it is going to be all the way down to the 9 frames to be played. I thought you might have been timed there because, as I say, the first couple of frames that we've played have been taking a while. So the fact that we had 3 quick fire frames ever since the intermission, I felt like it certainly helps on to try and complete all 9 of those frames. And yeah, if we are to see it decided, by the way, let's see if it is going to be another attempt conceded. Ooh, it was close. And it wasn't close enough. Now, Zhao Xingtong, he needs to be careful about it, because Crucible Curse or not, nonsense or not, he doesn't need to be leaving those chances away for Highfield. I know it's going to be a very important part of his game, and so far he's been working out, but right now he needs to realise he probably needs to be taking a step backwards there, because Highfield feels like he's getting all the run of the ball, so he doesn't even have to be taking those difficult shots. And right now, Zhao Xingtong, and he needs to work really hard to find an easy chance for him. He left an easy chance for Liam Highfield there, missing out on the red, leaving that one to be available, and now he's going to go to sleep straight away, it would seem. You may as well, with how much time Liam is going to be taking on those shots, so give yourself a little bit of a nap. It may have been a long trip to Sheffield, it may have been really tired from the red carpet yesterday. Unforced errors, 6 to 7, yeah, it doesn't really count as unforced errors, so I don't really understand why you want to be bringing that starting play. But something that certainly does matter is that Highfield has managed to score around 100 points without answer, and he's about to try and extend that even further to try and get the black once again into the left part of the table. So clearly just trying to work out as many steps as he can. So a break of 8 points. And looking to try and get on the red to be taken into the left middle as well. So if he's going to be playing for the blue, and once again, a little bit of yawning there from Zhao Xingtong. As I say, he doesn't want to drift away too much here, because as much as I still think it's a lot of nonsense, I also have seen him lose a sequence of frames on a bounce. So if he does go into the second session 5-4 down, it's not going to be a disaster, but it's not going to be as good. Even if he's going to get himself 5-4 of a lead. I'm not even talking about 6-3, because right now it doesn't seem like something that would happen. It could, but it wouldn't to me. If I was to choose one or the other. Highfield once again taking his best to figure out the way to play this shot, and in the end point, he's going to try and take it with the rest there, tempting the referee to call the foul. How close he's going to be bringing the rest to the Reds. and wants to be on the top side of a blue and will be. So, a bit of a contrasting position to the one that we've seen on the previous couple of frames, because for once, it's going to be the reds that are actually positioned very much bunched up next to each other, but also the black and all the colours are actually positioned perfectly well. So you could feel like there's going to be one shot coming, full throttle, full power off the cue ball from the blue. And once again, you can see Zhao Zikton there. It's almost like, honestly, it's like fighting to not be asleep there. It's almost like me at the boring history lesson. To be fair, he certainly didn't have the world champion title at that point, but now it's going to be Liam Highfield that he's trying to go for the red into the corner. I feel like he just needs to try and take as many of those loose reds as he can, and at that point onwards, he should have a decent run of just try and be at least alongside the black, take the cue ball into those reds from underneath. But the thing about that shot, he needs to play that with about as much power as he possibly can have and possess. Well, he's gone for another option, which I have to say I'm not really a fan of those shots because of how, to me, how little control you get over them. He's trying to, I'm not sure if that was intentional to try and play for the pink, or he was leaving himself with so much of the angle on the black, but whatever it is, he's going to go for the pink. And let's see what he's going to have in terms of those reds available. Yeah, just trying to have that cue ball to be taking the pink spot away from the pink itself. So get himself positioned for the red and give it a little bit of work to do for the referee. So yeah, at this stage, of course, Highfield needs to be taking the remaining 2 frames away and, of course, make it 4 out of 5 of the frames in the second mini session that he's taken. But now it still seems like he's going to be quite far back from that being the case. But he's still in the contention. That's the only thing that matters to him. Trying to take the red into the left part of the table. Make sure that cue ball is going to be drifting towards the left-hand side. Oh, didn't want to hit this one too much in the pocket. Oh, that was the jaw. And the jaw seemed to have killed Highfield there. He was probably about to be lined up for the green to try and take that cue ball all the way into the reds. But his break is going to end one shot before that. And he's certainly going to be disappointed with himself. Because if I say this lightly, it certainly wasn't a difficult raid for you to make, but 20 minutes, incredibly, Zhao Zikton's last pot time. That certainly has been a while, but of course, with that red being over the pocket, it's impossible for you to miss it as a professional. And now it's going to be down to Zhao Zikton to try and play the shot, which I would have recommended to do there. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later on. Is he going to try and do it now? Oh, I'll tell you what. One thing about Zikton that I will say today, his pack split success has been absolutely dreadful, and I very rarely say those words about someone as good as Zhao Zikton, but I feel like he's got into the pack 4 times, and I'm pretty sure he didn't manage to get on anything from 3 of those occasions at least. So, yeah, I mean, he's got a red to be taken into the green pocket, but A, he needs to be careful that he doesn't commit a push shot, and also, oh, was that fine? The sound wasn't good. I mean, only referee and Zhao Zikton will be able to tell you, but the sound wasn't really good to me. But it may have just been a synchronized sound with another shot to be taken onto another table. Anyway, it was a fantastic red that he's taken. But still, the problem is you have one shot to play after you split the pack because you always have those reds to be positioned perfectly well. That wasn't really the case with Zikton's break. Because, of course, he didn't manage to split the pack at all. Now he's managed to make a little bit of a difference. Because he's still lined up for the red. About to be taken into the, into the right middle. As he's taking that one pretty well. The pink is about to be potted and probably re-spotted onto the underneath the reds. Which is not ideal there for Zhao. Ideally, he wants to try and get the pink out of the way. But since he has got no, other colour spots to be available. He needs to try and go with what he's got. It's a bit of a bad shot there, and depends where the pink is going to go, but I feel like that's going to be the end of the break for Zhao Zikton as well, because he was trying to get that cue ball past those reds without contact. He had a minor one with them as he was using that backspin to full extension, and well, he's gone for the similar shot before into the right corner, where, as I say, the red was higher than the cue ball alongside the pink spot, and he's managed to cut that one in, which probably tells me that he's going to go for this one. But the reason why that shot was so incredible is that it's going to be so difficult for you to replicate that, and he wasn't even close. Yeah, that's why I was saying about the previous one. And never liked to see O'Sullivan play, but I'm picking him to win his world title. That's boring. Zhao's second half is better than first. Yes, if you don't like to see O'Sullivan play, don't really understand why you watch snooker. Honestly speaking, I've never had anyone to say they don't like to be watching O'Sullivan play, which is weird. Too much pressure for him. We'll say, yeah, he was saying that pretty much every single minute there when he was doing his interview with Stephen Henju on his YouTube channel. But listen, I feel like we are going to be getting to a point where it doesn't really matter about pressure. It's just all about the confidence that you have and also the way that you're going to be able to step up in those moments, because surely you're going to be able to take 3 or 4 frames away. Ronnie's going to win it and retire. Well, let's see him win it first, because for now he's scheduled to be competing at the World Seniors Championship as well. I know Bingham is in there, but Bingham is out of the Worlds now, so he certainly can be there, but we'll have to wait and see on that how the class of 92 will do. But right now, Highfield, once again, someone should tell him that he can take less than 40 seconds on a shot there, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't know that. Once again, I mean, what was that? For how much time he's taken in those shots, he seems to have played some absolute stinkers out there. I mean, when I say he didn't get close, he could not have been further away to me, and he caught that red. He's caught that one so thin, and he was so fortunate not to have a bad double kiss on the other red. Still brings that cue ball to be beyond the baulk line, but I'll tell you what, Zhao certainly should try and step up now, because, I mean, I refuse to believe that he can find himself behind after the standard of play from Highfield. I'm not going to say he's been dreadful, but he's certainly not been great for him, and he's certainly not been good enough for me to be seeing a world champion to be suffering from that. But, you know, of course, the contrasting thing is he's only 4-3 up, and that shows you that he has been a bit of a closer game than Xington would have liked it to be. But at the same time, he's still finding himself just about, but on the right edge of things, as he plays another safety shot into the brown. The cue ball goes. So a little bit of topspin here on the cue ball, and try and get the paint to be out of position here potentially. That will boost the chances for both of the players, as long as it doesn't go on alongside the black. It hasn't, and it's a really good shot there by Highfield on multiple points, as long as he hasn't overcooked it for the brown. I feel like he might have actually just shown the edge there for Zhao. Not too sure about, yeah, he has. So could have been a lot more difficult for Zhao had he not been able to see those reds. Oh, he hit that one really thin, which means the cue ball is going to have a little bit of extra power, and he's still going to finish way above the baulk line. So it's a good shot there from Zhao. He manages to sort of keep that bonus of having the pink in the open play, but oh, look at that for a plant. I mean, how fortunate can you be there? From Highfield's point of view, you're not going to dream about a better plant than this. Yes, it's a mile away from the pocket, but certainly not a mile away from each other there from those two reds. Well, he still needs to hit this one well, but if he does, and especially doesn't even have to add power on this one, he just can try and roll this one in. He had to add power on it to himself. He's played that one absolutely superbly well, and now it is going to be Liam Highfield to get another chance. If he's going to be on the colour, he will be on the yellow, but he needs to try and take it into the right corner of the table. So once again, a long shot to be taken. Probably just about as difficult as the plan that he had to take. And also I'm thinking about which side of the yellow is he going to be at. Ideally, yeah, he's going to be pretty straight on this one. And he's taking this one well. That cue ball needs to keep rolling for him. Well, this is now going to be a real threat for 4 frames each out there. And Highfield is the one that, yes, he got a little bit lucky there with the way that shot from Xington has managed to give him a perfect plan setup into the corner. But still, he had to take it. He had to take the yellow after it. And now he finds himself only 1 point clear of Zhao Xington. Zhao will play badly. Maybe Liam will beat the world champion. Anyway, anybody can win, not on ranking. Well, listen, I do actually feel like it is a bit of a, you know, from one way to another. Like, people say that he's unbeatable, and then he loses 4 frames out of the first, potentially could lose 4 frames out of the first 8, and then all of a sudden he's washed, he's going to lose. I wouldn't go like that far. I would say, you know, 5-4 is going to be a bad performance. if he's going to be on the receiving end of it and he's going to be having a deficit of 5 frames to 4 of the disadvantage. But remember, he was 5-4 down against Higgins in the first of 10. He was 5-4 down against Zhao, I'm pretty sure, in the World Grand Prix in the first of 10. Both of these were in the final. He's managed to win both of them quite comfortably. So, yeah, I would certainly not write him off just yet. Match fixing. If you're going to have another comment like that, you'll be gone. No second warning given. 8 points of the advantage now for Highfield, and he's about to have the blue to be taken into the right middle. Yeah, just needs to try and make it as simple as he can there for himself, because 13 points is a difference. You know, if he takes those 5 reds with the blue, then he certainly should have a really good opportunity to play that cue ball towards the blue and get himself lined up with the right part of that cue ball to be aimed towards the blue. So right now, 14 points as the advantage here for Highfield, and he's certainly going to be delighted with the way that the first session has gone. Even if he's going to be 5-4 down, it's still going to be such a great thing for him. Zhao first round out. Listen, I would still absolutely love to see your faces when he's going to turn up at the second session and he's going to win this match 10-6 whilst yawning in his seat there. Honestly, man. The world champion loses 4 frames. Breaking news, he's about to lose the whole thing there. He won't, as long as he's going to be able to up his game a little bit. He's not missing a whole lot. You know, he just feels like he's got a couple of those percentage drops in pretty much every single aspect of his game. A pot success has not been perfect, but it's not been bad. The pack splits has not been great. Then the positional play has been rock solid, I would say. It's probably not been the problem point for him at all. Long shots have been in there, in or out. Why, when Zhao is losing, there's always fixing. Yeah, he's not even losing, that's the worst thing. As I say, he's not even, oh, that's a risky shot there from Highfield. I mean, he's played that one superbly well, but if you've played snooker before, you know how difficult it is for you to try and hold a white whilst no power at all. That was ballsy move, that from Highfield, certainly showing the confidence that he's got. And yeah, 26 points right now as the advantage for Liam, so he certainly won't need that red. On for the black ball cushion, as he now has a break of 35 points. His 4th highest in the match. So 33 ahead. He will need 2 more shots there, really. Because if he takes those 2 reds away, he's going to have 35 points left. And at that point, he's certainly going to have more than 35 points of the advantage. Zhao has gears. Once he's backed against the wall, that's when he's more dangerous. Absolutely, finally. A comment that I was waiting for a while. Exactly what is going to be happening for me. Because this is why those matches are spread towards 2 sessions. And this is why it doesn't mean anything unless you're going to have a 6-3. If Highfield had a 6-3 of an advantage, yes, I could agree with you. I wouldn't, but I could, because I would understand where you're coming from. Even if it was 6-3, I still, honestly, hand on heart, I would still say Zhao is going to be the favourite. 7-2, different story. I would say it's still possible, but it would be really difficult there. But 5-4, 1 frame, and he's back to first to 5 there, and all of a sudden it's nothing for Zhao to try and find himself where. Not a good start, but early days, yes. It is going to be the final frame of the session now that we're entering, because Liam Highfield now is going to be 47 and make that 48 points clear as he takes the red away. Zhao won't be coming back to the table, as it is the second break of 50 plus there for Liam. And he certainly brings out his B game into the open play. His A game has been brought against Oliver Lyons in the Judgment Day. For now, he's still got a couple of gears to try and go on to, but right now, Zhao needs to try and find that 9th frame to make it as comfortable as he could get for him in the second session. For now, it is Zhao 4, Liam Highfield 4. The more the pressure, the better I see Zhao play every time. Absolutely. Absolutely. The way that you see, I've noticed that against Chris Wakeland. No, I noticed that against Selby, actually, because Zhao needed to win 4 frames of the bounce at the World Grand Prix. He was 4-1 down. I was about to say, I remember watching that match and I was like, oh my God, how did we go from having a world champion to him playing crap like this? Because at that point, he hasn't reached the final for a whole season. And then he beats Selby, 4 frames of the bounce. He allows Wakeland to be from 4-1 down to a decider, saying he's not feeling well, still winning that gutsy decider with a single breakout there, makes it to the semis against Zhao, outplays him completely, then plays against Zhang, He was 5-4 down in that match as well, I'm pretty sure. Or at least it was certainly 4 frames each. And then it still looked like in the second session, it was Zhang, it was Zhao, and it was around... He felt like every single frame that he was starting, he had 30 points of the advantage. And that's how confident every single one of those frames was. Especially when he got down to the last 3 out there. Actually, I've just realised. Let's have a look how Zhang and Alan are doing. Ooh, 2-5. That's massive, that is, you know. How on earth did Zhang Anda go on from 2-1 down to... how on earth has he managed to win 5 frames on the bounce? A break of 109 for 58, 72. But he's about to lose this frame. But still, 5 frames to 3. I certainly say you'll take that. And it's basically a race to first to 6. Final result doesn't care for how brilliant any player was in the past. Yep, absolutely. It's all that matters is what you're going to be able to produce on the day. And now, Rob Spencer can't get this one wrong. It is going to be the final frame of the session, as you can see to the acknowledgement of the crowd. And it is going to be Zhao Xington to break. So then, had a smile about it. Now he's going to be back onto the serious face. And once again, I mean, every single time he takes a break-off shot, he seems to be so close with the white next to the blue. He has left a long red potentially available here for Highfield. So I do wonder what is going through his head right now. Is he down to, I need to perform now? Or is he down to just try and take it on a shot-by-shot basis? Because for now, it does seem like he's getting his own head a little bit with the previous frames there. Just trying to go for everything as if he's playing as well as he can. I've seen that mentality of, if I lose, I lose. I have it in the match next week. That is true. But it's not really true with the World Championship, is it? Because you're not going to have another match for a year if you lose it. So, and also, never really a fan of that. Like, go for your chances, absolutely. That was a bit of a bad miss from Highfield, but he still managed to bring the cue ball. Somewhat safe, although a bit of a cannon towards those reds. Seems like it's going to work out in favour of Xington, but still would have liked to have a nicer angle in terms of, if he pots that red, the cue ball is going to be heading straight into nowhere. And, well, when I say nowhere, I mean the bunch of reds, and it's going to be so easy to try and stick to one of them. That's a risky safety shot there. He's decided to refuse a long red attempt. I'll tell you what, I don't really understand what he's doing there, because if he is refusing that long red attempt, surely there's 2 things for you to do. You get that red safe, or you make sure that cue ball is not going to be anywhere near the firing line, and he hasn't done any of those things. He didn't even try to remove that red, and now he's left it pretty much, you know, different angle, tells you a different picture, as much as still there could be a potential argument that the cue ball is going to go into no man's land, but a lot wider this one, and a lot easier for you to pot the red as well. And look at that, the angle opened up nicely for Highfield. He's going to get a nice touch on the blue. I'll tell you what, this... I'm pretty sure Zhao will be glad that this session is ended there, because right now, he's certainly going to be glad there's no protest. Yes, exactly. Would be huge relief for Ronnie if Zhao gets eliminated now. Nah, listen, it's... I don't like it when people say it, and I'm pretty sure Ronnie would not be like that. His interviews have always been, if I play well, I can beat anyone. If I don't play well, I can lose to anyone. For me, I was like that. When I was younger, like, get all the big names out so that Ronnie has got a clear run to the line. It never worked. I'll give you a spoiler alert. Wow, that was a horrible miss by Highfield. He missed that yellow pretty much into the open pocket. Wow, is that going to be a let-off? Well, up to you now, Zhao Xington. That was a horrible miss and a half there from Liam Highfield. And listen, he's smiling about it. I'm pretty sure that's a 6 smile there, because he's just left one of the best players when it comes to the break building up into the open space. And look at that for the yellow to be missed. It's right in the pocket there. It's off the spot, and you don't have to do anything with the cue ball. Just give it a huge bounce. Was it the power that killed the shot? Whatever it was, he's certainly going to give a chance away to Zhao Xington here. It's because security watching, yeah, but to be fair, it's for all the players that think, yeah, Letitia, no, it's, listen, I feel like you may feel like that, but from personal experience, I wouldn't genuinely feel like that's going to be the case, because I genuinely, even though I want Ronnie to win, I want Zhao to go as far away as he can, because I know that the game is better with him than it is without him. So, yeah, he certainly is going to be one of those 16 seeds that I absolutely love to be watching. And if he's still playing and he's through to the final, then for me, that means automatically he's got a 90% of a chance for it to be a great final to be watching. So that's about as much as you can ask for me. As now Zhao is looking to try and stay ahead in this match very much since the get-go. It was 0-0. It was 4-all. And now going to be 5-4, once again to be making sure Liam Highfield hasn't had any one of those frames where he was leading the pack there. Zhao needs to be more patient at times in his safeties, but his style is always wanting to pot, no matter how much risk there is if missed. The pressure on Zhao is insane. This is why we love him, going to attacker. I disagree, but I agree at the same time, because I feel like with Zhao Xington, it's a little bit weird because on one day, like say it's Wednesday and he's playing someone like, I don't know, Stuart Bingham, I could see him playing it safe. And then on another day, he's playing Chris Wakelin on a Thursday. And then I could see him, he's thinking about no safeties there and he's all out attack. And it's a little bit weird, but I suppose it does bring it into the equation of Captain Chaos, where you don't know what to expect from him. And he's got a little bit of flexibility. I still feel like it's a little bit, because when he plays those safety shots, he's still nowhere near as good as his attacking way of game. But I suppose it would be a little bit too overpowered if he was brilliant in those things. Zhao is coming for that number one spot from now. Yeah, I really love the interview that he has done at the Tour Championship. He has said ever since that it was a mistake that, you know, when he was asked, this man is the world number one, and Zhao Ziton's response, yeah, he is the world number one for now. And then the crowd, of course, seeing the funny side of it. And then Zhao just saying that it was the translation that he was saying it with. But it certainly was whether he meant it or not, it certainly was really funny to be seeing that. My money's on Mr. Murphy. Mr. Consistent, but is he going to have what it takes to be beating the big dogs? He's got Fang Jinyi in the first round. I'll tell you what, to me, he'll do really well to beat Fang Jinyi out there. It's not going to be easy. And it's going to be one of those underrated matches there, which, if one of them plays well and the other doesn't, it could well be a 10-3 win in favour of either one of them. And I could even see that in favour of Fang Jinyi easily. I mean, no questions asked, no quarter given. If Fang Jinyi plays his best game and Sean Murphy doesn't, then it could easily be a battering in the other side of it. And Zhao thinks he can pot from anywhere. Yes, everybody loves a swashbuckling player like young Chop. Yeah, it's incredible there, because I remember very clearly watching snooker in 2019, and as much as I knew at that time that Trump wasn't a rookie, it was so refreshing to see him play there. And he was basically Luca Broussel style, but, you know, a little bit different on his snooker IQ, but also, of course, longevity has to come into that as well. But I'll probably say Zhao Ziton is different to me. Maybe on the way that he's got his brain locked onto the mode of attack all the time. And it's only when he goes into emergency mode where he can switch onto defense. But for me, I see a lot more similarities with the way that Sean played in relation to the Broussel rather than Zhao Xington. Very two different players, man. Very two different players, because you've got Zhao Xington that tries to play the game. As much as he has got a fantastic weapon of long reds, his whole game around the table is going to be based off accuracy. Trump, he's got his game based on the factor of he can do anything from whichever position. Like, you feel like it's impossible for you to try and get that much cue action because the cue ball has to travel so far ahead, and he feels like it's possible. And he makes that possible, and he makes that reality. So, you know, Zhao will not be the champion 2026. Well, tell me who will be then. Zhao not in good form today. Like, play so. Amazing that no winners ever do it back-to-back, not even the greatest O'Sullivan or Hendry. Hendry hasn't done it because there was it Cliff Thorburn? Am I missing it? I'm pretty sure it was Cliff Thorburn that has won the title after the first one of Hendry, and then Stephen, of course, won. Was it 6 on the? No, it was 5 on the bounce, and then he had another one after he lost out the final to Ken Doherty. Zhao Ziton right now is about to have a shot here, which he doesn't seem like he's too confident about. Do you think a protest will happen again? Well, no idea, but hopefully not. Don't really understand what snooker has got to do with it, to be honest with you. You know, the whole thing about it is that you have to do it on the relevant point, but I wouldn't really agree with it anyway, but especially on the snooker. I mean, as if, you know, the cloth the green cloth is going to be the problem of all the problems in the world there. I mean, I've never seen such a ridiculous statement out there, and I'm still, of course, they don't give you an explanation, they just do it for the sake of doing it, and then, you know, come up with a weird excuse out there, but hopefully it's not going to happen here. I actually can't remember when it was happening last time out. Was it in 23? Was that in 24? Zhao always have a big heart. Yeah, so in the end, it was just the 46 points of a break there from Zhao, unable to get himself to get the fourth break of 50 plus. And hope to see new champion, newcomers. Yeah, but the thing is, you always can see someone like Zhao Xingtong to come from nowhere and, you know, get himself to be an established player. But one thing that people do not realize is that he wasn't really from nowhere. At that point, he was the he was the UK champion, and he managed to beat Luca Brissell. Like, he was the player that, you know, Ronnie O'Sullivan was saying he's the best thing I've ever seen. Yes, he said the same about Brissell in terms of talent, but from the way that he plays the game, he's probably the most complete player that we've seen next to Ronnie out there. So we'll see. That's going to be the case. And being an Asian myself, I think Zhao being on Spotlight is a big win for snooker in general. I feel like when you bring more new phases into snooker, let's have a look at this long raid by Highfield. It's a really good one, and it's a fantastic long raid. He needed to make that one work, and I wouldn't be surprised, I tell you, if he is to find one more great steal, because that was risky, but that was a fantastic shot that he's played really well. And of course, he was always going to have a bit of a risk of not getting that cue ball through to the black close enough. But now, if he is able to hold that cue ball for those reds, he's going to be getting himself lined up perfectly well for a chance now, because neither one of those reds is going to be an issue, apart from maybe a two next to each other, not necessarily looking at the left corner. So, the player who will fare closest to the flair of Ronnie is probably Murphy, in my opinion. Nah. Completely different players. Completely different players to me. I don't really understand the point at all. No, I don't really understand the point at all. Sean Murphy's strengths are the exact opposite things of Ronnie for me. And same. And vice versa. Murphy's way too consistent at safeties. O'Sullivan's horrible at those. But let's have a look at this black though, because it could be a shot for the frame. Oh, that's a fantastic shot in terms of the black here. But is he going to be on the reds? The answer is no, he's not going to be on the red. So that's unlucky and that's unfortunate, because let's see if he got... Yeah, I mean, he's played... I mean, I can't really say anything bad about it. I can't see what else could he have done. He got a really good firm contact on the red that I would have been playing for. So 37 points now. It's a chance. But right now, of course, had the massive upper hand of actually being at the table with an opportunity and having that long raid to be taken as well. I feel like when you don't take those first time, you're not going to get a second bite of those. So it's going to be a break of 8 points there, and still 37 points of the advantage in favour of Zhao Xingtong. Liam Highfield will have to settle for a safety shot there to be played. But yeah, I mean, I don't really understand the Murphy analogy at all. The backswing is probably the only thing that I would say is a little bit well, it's not even that, because Ronnie aims his backswing a little bit like, you know, from underneath, from the top to the underneath there. So I wouldn't even say that that thing is similar. Long shots, great strength of Murphy. Never felt that was the great strength of O'Sullivan. Safety shots, rest play, cue ball control, cue power. It's completely different players to me. It's like comparing Trump and, like, I genuinely feel like there's more similarities in between Trump and O'Sullivan than there are between Trump and Murphy. Completely two different players, man. And yeah, so it's just going to be a shot to be played here for Highfield. Oh, he wants to avoid the blue. He hasn't avoided the blue. Let's see if the same red that he's been playing for is going to be available here for Zhao Xingtong, because that's probably the only red that he can try and do something with. I genuinely feel like, I don't know why, I feel like Zhao is going to blink first because of how many chances we've seen Liam Highfield to waste and still not give any chances away to Zhao Xingtong here. And he's forced to be playing a safety now, so trying to get those reds to be in a problem position, trying to block the path to the black as well. Nervy now, but Zhao Xingtong still has got, technically of course, he's got the upper hand for him to be having 37 points of the advantage, but at this stage, I genuinely feel like the first chance is the one that matters. They won't understand you. Not Murphy, but Zhao in terms of break building. Yeah. Murphy and Zhao and Ronnie in terms of break building are probably the same thing, which is exactly why, to me, it's so liked. Well, that was one shot too many there for Highfield. He needed to find the edge. Surely he's not going to be able to get away with this one as well. Surely not. Nope. I mean, sometimes when you get away with a bad mistake twice, you don't have to do it third time straight away there, because you might just, force your fate a little bit too much out there. And it's exactly what happened with Highfield. He's trying to force that red into the corner for the third time in this frame with 100 miles an hour. That hasn't worked out. And for this time around, he's shaking his head there. But, I mean, he's only got himself to blame. I mean, Zhao once again using the entirety of the pocket. Whether he wanted to give himself a little bit more of the angle, but he nearly missed that one, I'll tell you. Despite it being such a simple rest shot. Now, 38 points of a lead. He still needs at least a couple of those reds, So, for now, with him being straight on the pink, he's got two options, which may actually convert into one option there that I can see. I'm really surprised that he's played this shot this way, because, I mean, for me, it's just try and screw the cue ball back all the way and try and get him lined up for the red, which he's missed 3 times beforehand. Every single time he's tried to just power that one home. 44 points clear. It's not going to matter until it is going to be more points of the advantage than it is at the table, because look at the way the reds are positioned. He needs to take this red, but also he needs to take this one with power. He's going to miss it. I told you. You could see that one. You could see that one a mile away, and he's fortunate not to give anything away there, Zhao. But, I mean, once again, I said it about Highfield, and I'm going to say it about Zhao. When you have a mistake that you made 3 times there, and you do the same thing on the 4th time, it's very unlikely for you to fix it. And, as I say, it's very fortunate there for Zhao that he hasn't left anything away to Highfield. So, getting those extra points is still going to help him. Hope Pullen will shock all players. Definitely 5-4 in favour of Zhao. Well, Pullen has got an interesting draw to him, because I feel like of the 16 seeded players, he's not the worst one to be playing against Wakelin in the first round. But then he's going to be against Pang or Robertson. So I feel like it's going to be a whole new different league there, because Pang is very awkward of the opponent. And at the stage, if he reaches the second round, of course, he would have beaten the world number 3. I mean, what on earth? I struggle to believe that this is Zhao Xingtong that has been winning the Tour Championship, because some of his shots are absolutely baffling. I mean, he's just taking a long red with 100 miles an hour. He missed that one by Rotherham, he missed it by. And now, Liam Highfield is unlucky that he only has a double to be taken into the middle. Wow. I mean, everything is happening now. I'll tell you what, if this would have been a decider, you needed to get to, 2 buckets of popcorn there, and you still probably would run out. How much pressure there is now, how much drama. And still Highfield somehow finds himself 44 points down, and still, nevertheless, with a great chance of ending this session with 5 next to his name. He's going to go for it again, and he's missed it. Well, I'm not sure if that was a safety, because it doesn't feel like it was. And this time around, he's going to be getting the run of the ball. Get that paint to be blocking the red. It's all happening now. It's going to be tense. It's going to be pressure. So this frame is going to cost an awful lot there in favour of whoever's going to be able to win it. Definitely 5-4 in favour of Zhao. Well, in terms of the scoreline, you probably have to say that. In terms of the top seeded players, you definitely have to say that. And, well, Highfield there, certainly not happy. I couldn't hear everything that he said, but I feel like I could have finished that statement myself, basically saying I've done it again. Well, whatever he's done again, he certainly managed to get away with this one, because Zhao Xingtong is not going to have anything available to himself. He needs the break, and to come back fresh, seems like his head has gone back from so many mistakes. Yeah, I mean, one thing I will say from Zhao Xingtong, I probably haven't seen a lot of that. We're about to see more. Well, yeah, I said we're about to see more because I could see where that cue ball was going. into the pack of reds there. Behind by 44 now, remaining 67. Highfield is about to have a chance for a total clearance. Count your shots, ladies and gentlemen, because 44 points may not seem like a lot. And I did say, even though with all those points, even with that mistake, with a horrible long shot that he's taken 3 times and he missed it 3 times, I feel like Highfield may just able to steal this one away, although he won't be if you play shots like that. That red was straightforward, and he got himself into anything but an easier position on the black here. He can't afford to be taking those reds without colours here. He can for now, but not in the future he can't. Zhao will need another century to calm times. Yeah, he will, but he's not going to be able to get it in this session. What he needs to get is a frame win. And for now, it's going to be down to Highfield for him to try and achieve that. Let's see if he's going to be able to play through this black. He's played that one really well. As much as he hasn't lost the cue ball, he hasn't. So once again, it's another sequence of 2 shots there that he's played really well there, Highfield. And now just down to taking the red carefully to the left corner. But I say carefully, he needs ideally to try and use the advantage of having the cue ball so close to the other 2 reds to try and get them away from each other without touching the black. It may sound like an easy thing. From this angle, it looks like it's impossible for you to achieve, but it's the only way for you to get on the black. So he's going to have to do it one way or another. For me, he needs to hit this one as hard as he can and try and play for the pink. And that's what he's had. That's what he's played for, and he's overplayed for the pink. He's alright because he can take the pink into the middle, I'm pretty sure, still, even though it's going to be awkward. Or he can try and take the blue or the yellow. So that would have been a lot better than him trying to play for the black and not being anywhere near it. So, yeah, I feel like the blue into the yellow pocket is going to be the best in terms of the positional play. But in relation to the, what's it called? In relation to trying to pot the collar, it's probably going to be down to the yellow, but yellow doesn't bring you any positional play at all. The pink doesn't either, unless you try and hold that cue ball desperately, which is what he's done. A really good shot there by Liam once again. Doesn't want to be hampered by the pink spot as well. Once again, he's having some really tough shots there, but he plays them well. 29 points behind, 59 at the table. So, and now forget about colours. Just make a total clearance, whatever value it is going to be, whether you use the yellow 3 times. Still going to be able to have enough points there for the frame win. And he probably does come down to, yes, you've got the blue, the brown and green to be slightly away from their spots. The blue to be a lot further away from usual surroundings of its own. But I would say it's down to that red to be taken along the black cushion. It's not quite as bad as the reds that Zhao has kept missing throughout the session, but it's still not great, especially with, it's going to depend massively on the position that he's going to get on the previous colour. And probably you have to put that all the way back to the red that he's played. So now it seems to be straight on the red. So right now, those 4 shots are going to be the ones that tell us if it's going to be 5-4 in advantage of Liam Highfield, or it's going to be 5-4 in favour of the world champion here. Can he try and take the red whilst pretty much straight on the black is where he wants to be? A little bit, top side of it. I feel like that's a little bit too much there. Well, a lot too much, I would say. I said a little bit on the top side of a black. That's going to be bringing that cue ball away from the red. So it's possible, but you probably have to put this one down to just try and roll that black in. Nah, he's trying to hold that cue ball. It was never going to work to a perfect extent. This is tricky. The good thing about this one is, if you take the red and you pot it, you're going to be on the black. The bad thing is, if you miss it, that's a difference in between 4-5 and 5-4. It's over to you, Liam. The red is horribly positioned. I'm going to say he's going to miss it, but I'm not surprised if he makes it. But the thing that makes me go the other edge is that it's not on the cushion. If it's on the cushion, absolutely fine. It's not on the cushion. Nope. Told you. I could see that one happening. It wasn't on the cushion, so you always have to be taking that red away from the cushion, and that's exactly what he's done. So you have to take that one perfectly along the cushion there. You can't take it onto the cushion because that's an automatic miss. And if you take it too far away from the cushion, it's going to be a miss as well. Commentary, reading chats and sharing ideas at all at the same time. Much thank you from India. Well, I'm not as good as Rob Walker there, but I appreciate the chat. Thank you very much there. And listen, that's the good thing about it. That's the good thing about it, because certainly loads of energy there by Zhao Zitong and Liam Highfield. But now, remember, don't take anything for granted. Yes, he's taken the red and the collar combination there, and Highfield will be absolutely fuming at himself for wasting that opportunity. And now he's going to be frame ball. And after all that struggle, Zhao Zitong is still going to be one shot away from taking a 5-4 lead into the second session. That is going to be very difficult for Highfield to try and recover from, and that is going to be the case. Zhao Zitong takes a 5-4 of a lead. Highfield is going to be fuming and only has himself to blame. Listen, there's a reason why he's the world champion and the other one hasn't managed to win a match at the Crucible. He may try and fight this one out because of how painful it is going to be for him to lose this frame. But yeah, he's going to try and return to the table. I'm a little bit surprised that Zhao didn't finish the job off there. But he's certainly going to be smiling there because, you know, there's no reason to be negative. He's a couple of shots away from making himself to go 5-4 clear. Right now, 27 is the gap for Highfield, 22 remaining. So, yeah, I'm not sure if he's found himself behind the blue here as well, which feels like he needs to try and escape from a snooker first. It does seem like he is doing that, unless he tries to pot the brown. So, yeah, he has tried to pot the brown, which, I mean, I know he needs one snooker on the blue because he's going to be 5 points short, but, yeah, to be fair, he may as well try and do that, but I've got no idea how he's going to achieve that. If anything, at this stage, you may as well just take the blue into the corner, try and get that cue as close. It's never going to happen because of the percentage thing that they always do. No, it's actually done that. So I was going to say, try and take the blue away and make it on the paint. Just give yourself one shot to play. Try and get it behind the black because that's the only way for you to try and get a snooker. So fair play for Highfield for actually going for that because they never do that in snooker. So let's see what's he going to be. He's got one shot. He can go wrong, but he can go great. And to me, it seems like it's gone very wrong indeed. So he'll try and carry on now because he's got himself into the lake of troubles here. But it's probably going to be down to the impossible mission here. And Zhao will need, that's why, well, heart attack. Well, listen, it was a bit of a heart attack, but at the end point, it does seem like it is going to be the positive result for Zhao Zitong. Because 18 points clear, 13 left. He's not going to be able to do anything with this one, surely. And, yeah, just asking for a rest shot there from the referee. Let's have a look how much time it's taken. That's 4 hours, incredibly, of a match of Zhao Zitong. I never thought I'd be saying that. I know that he had a match of 3 hours, 44 minutes against Wakeland, but still. I mean, and that finished with 5 frames to 4 in his favour, by the way. So that's certainly going to be a bit of a flashback. I remember what happened in that tournament. He's managed to win the whole thing. And unless that cue ball is going to be behind the black, it's going to be frame conceded, surely. Oh, it's a really good effort, that, you know. It's not too far away. Oh, I'll tell you what, if he's actually managed to get a snooker, then fair play to Liam. Because even though it's a straightforward hit, he's always going to have a chance of dropping that cue ball. Wow, that was close. Wow, that was close. I'm going to tell you what happened there. I thought he was going to try and take it for the right side and get that cue ball to be dropping towards the green pocket would have been a chance. Look, you could see there. He's trying to swerve around the black to hit the pink. He's hit that one really well. He's hit that one too well. Double kiss was the thing that avoided from the cue ball to be heading into the pocket. And that would have been the most incredible bit of drama because remember, it's not a respot. It's anything for Highfield to get that 6 points of a foul and then he can clear up. And the pink would have been very much in the open play. So it would have been there for the taking. For now, it's all down to be putting that pink safe, which he's managed to do out there. Well, I'll tell you what, after all that's happened so far in the match, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's have a look how Angda against Mark Allen are doing. Yeah, that match has already finished. Oh, we nearly potted the pink there. Someone in the audience got a little bit too excited there, but in the end, it is going to be down to Liam Highfield to try and have a couple more words about it. Well, that was not the case, and it is going to be foul from Liam Highfield. So it is going to be 5 frames to 4 in the end. Zhao wins the first session, and he's going to be through to the 10th frame whilst having 1 frame advantage over Liam Highfield. It is Zhao 5, Liam Highfield 4. After the incredible bit of drama, the second sequence of matches is going to start in less than half an hour, and we are going to be back at the 7 o'clock to see if Zhao is going to make a first big step towards breaking that Crucible curse and trying to get himself through to the second round to play either David Gilbert or Ding Zhuyi. For now, he hasn't played well, but he's still in the lead. It is Zhao 5, Liam Highfield 4, ahead of the second session. Stay tuned in. Second session is going to begin in exactly 5 hours' time at 7 p.m. in the UK. Stay tuned in, and thanks for watching.
Traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island.